Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Meswoche so hey Ana Ibrahim Musa so bom free wale eho ba o bom free wale ba Ali mama wa PSC kojo enso ha woni Joseph ha na say ya woso yi ye be ma awoso na ebeedwe fanti beedwe pa Thomas Kwesi Amega vu hana tete so agina mu o hana tete so agina papa ayi so ho na kwa mi adamfo we de no wo ayi o send message o so wo coffee shop mafia coffee shop laboni no. Oh, okay. There was this guy. Oh, why? You want a message at Chepa? Kwesi antwibu asi akoso de. Ono de arapai. PSA Kojo Isaac Shaggy. Also commander 3 years ni or Canada so time be a citizen show. Oben George. Bozat Kwesi say ono why consistent pa David Kwabena forcing. Oh Charlie, why are you sad? Tell me. Okay, so men na come masa ye nyina ye tie but ye entire comment ha ye no so your problem o. Ye so your problem. Oh Magdalene say Kwabena I'm here o. I just say Kwame sa ayi your friend say I was with the be yire papa because Thomas Kwesi Amagavu Bema hey easy man all right.
Young
Christmas message from here. Doctor, the late Dr. Kwabena Nkrumah, founder of modern day Ghana. Or no, Enna. You are one founder. You know, Dr. Kwabena Nkrumah.
Fellow countrymen, chiefs and people, comrades and friends, Christmas is here with us again. I am speaking to you in the spirit of the season, from Conakry, over radio, Guinness voice of the revolution. In spite of your suffering and humiliation, I wish that you could have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This is normally a festive occasion, but on this year's Christmas Day, Ghanaians cannot help reflecting what a fateful year this has been for them. You have seen an unfortunate and sordid chapter in your history. It's a chapter of treachery and betrayal, of greed and hypocrisy, of cant and blunder. It is dark days for Ghana. It is exactly 10 months today when certain officers in the Ghana Army and Police turned their guns at the very constitution and legal government which they solemnly swore on their honor to protect and defend. You know that anyone who is capable of such an outrageous betrayal of trust for no reason at all could never have been motivated by the true interests of the people. Events in Ghana since then have confirmed this beyond any doubt. Within 10 short months, the traitors who make up the so-called National Liberation Council have shown that it was their morbid lust for money and power and their desire to escape from the just consequences of their corruption and crime which made them commit such despicable acts of treason against the state and the people of Ghana. When you look around yourself, their only achievement has been the sordid reversal of Ghana's development and progress. In these 10 months, a lot of lying propaganda and calumny has been manufactured by the so-called National Liberation Council. You have also been told a lot of nonsense by this notorious Liars Council about the state of Ghana's economy. Far from the gloomy picture of doom which the so-called National Liberation Council has been at pains to paint in order to deceive you, there has never been anything like the present state of mass unemployment and hunger which the last 10 months of National Liberation Council misrule and mismanagement have brought upon Ghana. Thousands have been forcibly dismissed or laid off from their jobs. Mass unemployment has mounted so high to a stage unprecedented in our history. Let the unemployed, therefore, mobilize themselves and fight for their rights. Under me, all workers receive their pay regularly, and all state enterprises and organizations function normally and satisfactorily. In fact, 10 short months ago, the standard of living in Ghana was one of the highest in Africa. What is the position today? Ghana's standard of living has fallen drastically. The cost of living has gone unthinkably high. Ghana's foreign reserves have entirely disappeared. The value of Ghana's currency has fallen hopelessly. In one of my broadcasts to you from here, I warned that the opening of Ghana borders, if not planned carefully, would lead to economic troubles. Today, Ghana's cocoa is being smuggled to neighboring countries with disastrous consequences for the people of Ghana. Cocoa, the large center of Ghana's economy, is in jeopardy, all because of the stupidity of the notorious Liars Council and their ill-meaning advices. Ghana is now in a mess, economically and politically, under the so-called National Liberation Council. Men and women of Ghana, I know your troubles. Stand firm and organize. Continue your resistance wherever you are. I have faith in you. We shall not have fought so far and achieved so much, only for us to stand looking unconcerned while a clique of deceivers and self-seekers do all in their power to turn the clock back. We shall not sit idle to see your hard-fought-for achievements being destroyed by this traitorous clique before your very eyes. Fellow countrymen, chiefs and people, comrades and friends, Christmas is here with us again.
All right, so that's it live on our Crown 100.5. Togbi Badasu says the voice of reasoning. And there's a message from the late Dr. Kwabena Nkrumah to Ghanaians from far away Conakry. Some message we unyane baby abu. A friend of mine in America sent me this video. Anajonumada. Me sorry anajobe 2 a.m. I watched the video again and again and again and again. And clearly, the same way, I can't stop voicing it out. And they should forgive me. But that is a fact. The UP tradition, at any given opportunity, will find a way of dragging us back at any given opportunity. Now me share document be says here. And minim mo no mon check mame. Even Ghana Web Crab publish here. Time at Dr. Kwabena Nkrumah time. They were manufacturing canoes. They were manufacturing senior. Mo amunim ayi sa Kwabena mo de mo ameto. On se near ayi radio bi near friend senior umbato senior. Wa ameto senior. Yeah, near omo ye no Ghana. Me betoy. Kwabena Nkrumah time. But me ya woman no na makuma bi go system no mu omo de edua empempro na ye tape ye na ne tie GBC 1 GBC 2 ne ye canoes sanyo ne ye canoes emankrofo every other countries betoko. I wish I can get this now man for posty now man for posty. That time no Nkrumah ema ya saade no. The UP tradition seta Tony ba bonsu akasanoma Kwame Bako so near friend akasanoma Ghana, we are doing it. building canoes. Neighboring countries like Togo, Benin, they come and buy from here. You build a TV. Who said that Ghana? Yeah, a fridge. Yeah, near manufacture fridge in Ghana. Fridge. That time I come and Krumaya saying, I don't know. And Grofone say it's a lie. Nothing is happening. Kwame Nkrumah build the Akoso more dam. Na Kufuado num papa num Akromfo, those useless people. Very useless people. Edward Akufuado and those foolish people. Kwame Nkrumah si Akoso mo. They were asking questions. Adenti Kwame Nkrumah aya hwehwani mu we huhu wo si Akoso mo na yedai population no omododo ye sei eya wo si Akoso mo o de ye dan. Kwame Nkrumah ye motorway boy. Kwame Nkrumah si Valco or kwa America na UP tradition for na suma normally demonstration akosia Kwame Nkrumah ewa American airport. Ye demonstrations. What we are seeing today almost starting way back. They always come in just to destroy. Yes. They always come in just to destroy. And you see, that is why I keep on saying, I'm not for fan cheme, because they should know better. But because of their personal interest, they just close their eyes to the reality. People like Kwakubako, Bombay, Crusading Guide, Kwakubako, Omudia Esi, Womonim, or Papa, Kwakubako Papa, no a minister, under Aya and Nkrumah regime, or Niminiama and Nkrumah, Pastor Nkrumah Echatma on my Ghana. And how these UP guys came in just to drag us back, destroy everything. So people like Benefson, Kwaku Bakunum, when I see them supporting the UP tradition, I ask myself, Sankrofo, are they normal? Do they think right? Onipa say na bedi, we are say. Say Ediane say Obadahin, a day, we are say a day, yeah, they quite that you can't have principles. That you can maintain your grounds. Adia omo enana no mbeya ye no. Ebi no omo ye ne no. The UP tradition is the problem of this country. Document no ho graphic anya you know our screenshot no. Share story no ko down bo so mo aye you know ho sa. Uhwa obehu. Today, Shase Nkrumah, way back, he was talking about the fall of the cedi against the dollar. He was talking about a friend say poor conditions. He was talking about a Nyema and ACC and it's happening live. Kwame Nkrumah see Black Star Line. I'm saying no. And yet, I didn't think that we see Black Star Line. Valco, and yet, Akosomo, and yet, any project beyond Nkrumah didn't sabeka beyond, and yet, yes, so, Bosombi, Esi, Castle, yes, a flash staff as a friend can me. Yes, Oba and a Kwame Nkrumah did that do a bonny trim and a moja eba. The UP tradition, yes. That is how they behave. That is their traits. That's their character. They don't change. They change their names. They keep on changing their colors. But they don't change. They did it to Rollins. Okay. Kwakuba kunum kwaka ekufado no mo. Kwasi asem nkwa. Rollins kopwase. Rollins nu moja. Yase Rollins ni maame wata na dware. Na kwakuba kunum atimi afa Rollins picture no ma fa face eto na omo de asiso no ma publish na enam se Rollins yase camera apeke no omo de camera bi akotu nso na ase no one maame wata wura ase na epeke no Rollins nu moja. O guys omo de bi ye Mahama. Yeah, maybe sa tape no 2012 JM ne Akufo-Addo omo preaching okay. Akwa bi preaching say sunsun money bi free esre mu ba sunsun no nom emoja referring to John Mahama. Kumasi ni sofo kwasia bi omo se ka abo no ama na wu se de on say 2016 osu bempa fucking mine no a wa bi asore no osu bempa osu no su koye bi yeah that idiot was say moja wo John Mahama Ansah. That is how they behave. That is their traits. Kwasia fongwa. The UP tradition. Kwasia fongwa. That is how they behave. They know people are ignorant. So they form lies. Omni Nkrumah, Omni Rollins, Omni John Mahama. That is how they behave. I have said this. That given any opportunity, somebody must do this. And send a generation where it will be good. You Peter, that MPP will be good. Any government obeying opportunity should brand them as terrorists. They did it to Nkrumah. Adie bia obia ye bia no. So they took power from Nkrumah. Omo anye bi. Omo be destroy nyema wia de Nkrumah ye omo wia ni nyina. John Mahama say, look, we are faced with energy crisis. Now we are moving from hydro to thermal. We need to build thermal plants. Thermal plants, enya banche ne body ya de si so ana abin. So look, let's endure. Instead say you find a temporary solution to this doomsday issue. Let's find a lasting, permanent solution to doomsday. Say no. Go see thermal plant magana for say. Jai thermal plant nisi na echesika no na yeni. Say one chesika na me ya ni dia. Ya kwa catch Ghana for say na di doomsday aba. So they hired pastors. Ota Belnom. Reverend Mate fucking mine. Or my friend Reverend here the Cromforno. Mate Cromforno former press before moderator no Cromforno. Cromfor ya waka them no. So they hired them. Monko kantre and sorry for no, more sorry for no kwa monka say John Mahama the doom so aba. Yes. That is the politics the NDC don't know how to do it. NDC propaganda. Omono dia no ne say adia MPP for no aye no. Yes. they talk about it. But NDC for him how to sit in the room, plan, say, where you be didn't throw at omunimi. Into a brother your mama, Eddie thermal plant in the bedroom, you know. What the thermal plant in the background, so now did doom so buy. Oh, thermal plant in a day. O the thermal plant about no a day. Meanwhile, now Atamos a Ghana gas. You see, visionary people. 7 years now. Ask Akufo-Addo, the UP tradition people. Ask them, say, a dear bed pan no more aye ediaka energy sector. They will start insulting you. Yes, so. They are not the thermal plant no ebaye no wanya de na mom no Akufo-Addo so wa fa eye thermal plant ni fria e de akota krade $30 million the whole Ghana obi amose omo kwa grow asore omo kwa ya asore. You see, when I tell you they are mad people from Akufo-Addo to the mad abadam for straight. I know Akufo-Addo is not a proper UP. Oh no, on Akufo-Addo only identity. Yeah. He was just jumping around looking for, the next available vehicle to reach his destination. Only principle. And we know which ideology he belongs to. Only principles. Only any ideology. To a yama basa tan about them. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. Oya niama basa niama tan ni niama no ya no eya MPP for no atan na ya Ghana for tan, but they are afraid of him. That is the point. Yeah, nkruma sa je o man no o man yo man no hwe Akufo-Addo papa be wiade te se de wabodam wiade onhu abrabo bia o mo abo. This a person otua ne ho ka ahead Ansah na odwane afira konwa no so no atua ne ho ka. We are minor just like that. The same thing with Rollins. Omoji o mine free Rollins some year no. After the no more do saloon and akwa bosia. Hwe. But no more catch Rollins no say. Omo na anko school. No more do saloon. Na Piaro saloon Piaro ni akwa kubako. Sankrofo we do my boni o. They have damaged this country that one day people like Kwakuba Kunesin ki atwi omo best street mu ni ebuso omo say o man we yam bone bay. We must be bold for once. Nanka one day you pulling Kwafo we best street mu buso omo say sa o man we bone bay pa na Ghana yam. Why? You just decided to support evil people to come and destroy the foundations of this country. To tear this country apart. This beautiful country called Ghana. They did same to John Mahama. John Mahama sees a cycle interchange. No. Mama, Kwabena want to be. Almost cycle interchange, John Mahama kum nipa de womo ahye fom. Want this asem no? Yeah. John Mahama asie moja ewa so no onua Ibrahim Mahama. Can you imagine? After the osiwie no omse dabi interchange na etise kosua no omse John Mahama aye no kosua eni ahoden esiwa na eyese na omatimi afa Peace FM reporters na omakwa interview taxi drivers omse ai ba ko so ofa so a onam so a na eyese na interchange na eyese. Hi, can you imagine? crazy. Saboteurs. John Mahama said, look, from Kumasi side, Aircon North, Kumasi survey as a market major business hub. So, Addo'S and the 4 pepper a business. Okay, so you build a huge modern market here. And here, best survey Aircon North, between the north and the southern part of Ghana. No more Kumasi akwase sama ato apetesi ama omanom say monwuro mo emfa ayi mo ayase entre John Mahama na monko ka say John Mahama ni onu Ibrahim Mahama baba be si shop afa Kumasi. Then they send people omuko tun krofo gu montene so. You see market ni wie ya almost say what's here we dia ya wini power ni ya be chafa even baby a John Mahama a drainage almost see shops ni bi SCC drainage ni so amen so to a na abu ekwa dan no mu almost okay say no enso to abu kwa dan no mu yanko kan kire Ghana for say John Mahama nsi ade no kura yie wan si ni yie. Look, dealing with the UP tradition, you are dealing with evil, demons, very stupid people I've never seen in my lifetime. And you see, when Kennedy Japan was insulting them, but only how they behave. Obviously, adiesi why drainage ne niema na Kwame muni sa video no omude dua akose drainage ni mansuo no to ana enkwara na ebura okay ose yes omude store ni nua enua locks no omude akose se initially they said KJT market was a Galamsey site. Almost John Mahama ebe to Galamsey. Osi wie no. Chair shops ni wie no. Eno omo akosi si edan illegal structures esisi drainage no so. Omo wie no. Eno omo de locks, edua locks ekosi se gota no mu. Enti so de to a entimi nkwana abu abewura edan no mu ebewura market no mu a no omo a video na omo say so they managed to set up radio stations bebre and omo so no they understand business. When they set up radio stations effective unlike NDC omo and MPP for no omo pick frequency no they just set somewhere me make me a chlow frequencies be brave Kumasi any MPP for your media. I can point it out easily. They just sit somewhere no matter twama obi. And to make us so more neutral job. And your neutral job no more. And this is the Jiminti frequency ni kurano. Oh no, I want to be yet onimi wadwini bia ne kurano. On to be running station no or me abe Jimmy onimi ye osimi ameye jai bema jai na nkrofo nya de ne ma na nya kama wose de bi menti ase and this Jimmy ebi no me kira o mu Jimmy baako twintwan no okuramu ade no so o ye no onte ase tubo sa ade na e fosere na si ho opene saa okohu so obi dia yeye no mo de bojandama na nani abre na mabuso mo se wani abre ne ene se wagimi nyansa ni utrim anya se ni ya no se no omo ya no We stayed with them. We know them. We know how they do it. And they say, yeah, two more for say, look, idea where you say, yeah, say, or say, Debbie. And this nip and nibi. Now, we'll be a radio station. It was a dear quay, ye be uncle yena. Me tuneful. Or catch them say, on our radio so 15 years. Or co Peace FM, or Quadrum FM, and then the 15 years into radio, on radio mupa. And I'm a busan say, nah, old man Pacho. And what tra aeroplane echo America 15 years about no than a pilot. I say, Bobie, who did matem? And I'm saying, Ansah na onim. Ansah na onim. What tra aeroplane call America ba? Now a pilot. Just one for a aeroplane. Aqua America. Ba akumi enum yensa ena enum. Da kru kodru a airport aeroplane one where you that trema there. My aeroplane aqua America the intimate me too. Okotra radio so akasa is different from you understanding the business and what drives a radio station. Two different issues. Then people they understand that philosophy. So quickly they go back, they throw it to somebody. No, paper. And they keep on complaining about stations, and I laugh. I hear them complaining about stations. Now I say, you don't know what is happening. Also complaining. But let me move on. No mun crowdfunding them. Oh, John Mama see market no in Swobem. When seen ye, almost 7 years no mun see bio. 7 years no mun see bi. John Mama seen ye, Shiakai say near see market. At the phone say, Kai say near see market. Really? Really? Your mama say, yen konko si airport, ewo ho because ho ye baby ye betimi abie ho. It can become one of the biggest cities. A ben linking here to Togo. Business be koso. Enya obia ne betimi a drive businessman bia no person drive from her to ho in TNC airport. No makofa aigbefo no boys no a payosagide ne peroku jetonum. Mongo kase ayi nye mongo kase ayi your friend say airport nye omo ka che say mongo kase airport nye no mo no promise say ye ba ye besi ayi keta ayi airport amamo. Okay, omo ba no keta port no ono a omo nsi ye ena omo no dwoma amade aboso ho airport nanado ne besi ye nanado ne si ye omo so that say enye the Voltarians per any airport. 2016, that was what they said. Then fast forward. Nanado see ho airport no. Your mama yenene enkuko buo. Kwasi afwankwa from Akufo Addo to down. Ufa people. Omo national chairman in team. Kwasi afwankwa. Omo kasa abodam for complete. What the lies o masama wouldn't be bia say way abodam for na no omo dealing no. And you must deal with them like abodam for. Omo first argument. Voltarians in here airport. Omo ba power nanado na see ho airport no. Your mama de na enkukobuo. Ubu so say na 7 years ni catapult no ya ne de emfa mo ho ekra nanado na asi so what they promise the people any we need power no mo ja to na fe de mo ba eno de aba be si ani na mo no struggle. Joma Mercy Bank of Ghana Hospital. Bank of Ghana Hospital at the day. At the end of the year. NRCC hospitals na come dem crofo Gan West Hospital come dem crofo no huye come dem crofo no huye so Akufo-Addo went to Peace FM. He couldn't talk about a year projects. Say, oh, your health sector. Or say, common the Ghana for. He went to Peace FM in 2016 to go and talk that nonsense or rubbish. Kwasi akekano. Okoka bi wo ewo Peace FM. Oni kwa msifa kan. Oka no abonyere jojo. Oka no abonyere jojo. Jiminti onipa ni ahoto Jiminti nipa eni ahoto. He was talking about a common dem crofo. Ena ode your friend say Jomama this kind ACC project including the one I value for money. Jomama projects ni na abroso sikana abroso chia project we sia kai chia enya fe project we enya sia pre 7 years now. Ask them, say Gan West Hospital, if Akufo-Addo atimiasi 1, say Gan West. If atimiasi 1 to say UGMC or mobile, uni mo first say. And I say, NDC see UGMC kura generator ni way. One fa generator and siwo. Now see we no fa generator and siwa. No ya there. Ya ni the generator have siwo. Abandon for complete. Any political party winning power should do well and close their office at Asalam down. Abadan for complete. The only thing they understand in governance, they feel governance here propaganda. Schemings. There. Omo free. On mine in church yaso. Say yeah, church on mine. UGMC time na Jomama no de green book any green book no 2016 no ya go trouble no any green book mu oh UGMC si be bia omo boa green book no bibia nim UGMC si be bia omo wini ya no masi aba UGMC ni kura musi ya ampa de na generator nsi ho ya ne de generator kosi ho de o see UGMs na anya de o de generator kosi ho say ono no ye competent na de o see UGMs no ye incompetent we wo modam a ya ka so abodam na wusu ena no bibi pani bi siam kuma say ena bobie ya na de aye no ya bodam say nam so mo abodam we are sentimi wa abodam because wono or your MPP from Penny for you Ashanti region. Now, so we try the Biabo Fia be peshe. Me busa o she free ho. Abuasa no. Me busa one city crane free water. O free ayi mampo kwa no so jama so baby. Now so we twam a se bibi kura yam ya na me nim fie kura me wura ho. Wo. Me de yasme de mo ye dey. Enya say enya wanya de am so ofroko. I say free me so kono ha. Now that me no free e kuro ba ko no wa bodam a. Now wo free say me ma bodam to say. Obi asiade esi wo wani tua. At one breath no bibia ni wo. At another breath ya na generator be si wo. Enti ukofa structure ne free hin. E na the generator ne be si mu. Ukofa free hin. E fa na go. Tell us. What bodam? What about them? Rage Hospital. Siakai. Rage Hospital no. Ebi swada that way no. A renovation. Say in a hospital. Rage Hospital hospital. 2016 no. Shiakai. One more babu la General Hospital gu 3 years now. 3 years now. Oh, Kwame, me pacho, me kaso ma bodam nim say ya na nya ode no abahwemanim. Kwame wanya bodam sam na ede a. Tell me. Umodam ede a. Wa bodam. ono national chairman nyina mo abodam Rage Hospital shakai way Rage Hospital way way project see a value for the and there sika no kra abroso omo de la general hospital no omo ansi na yakase sika na abroso omo adi sika no omo ache sika ni nyina adi 3 years now at bare land en kwala boso ball womo ache sika na di nyeso omo asi ena bi abroso kra na yakase o ebi abroso amom de adidi womo ache sika na di bare land na da ho owie no akọ Freddy was in Rage Hospital say ono ye incompetent enipa we umodam na wa ye dey wabodam let me show you this tell my mama AC sane ma we nyina no me kire mo omo anyom tofo no nyuma no omo bo when your mama was doing all this, when your mama was doing all this, munkotie your friend say, ninyina ye audio nkwa, ninyina. Then they are not lucky they ram they send on way. For 2.
Uwie wusi esikwe hu ano na araba.
Esimpo ayehwe na araba. Twenanim da wa aye mo nchen, ensem no kra ye nto sabi. Esimpo wa ayehwe o na araba.
Esi ben.
Wa ye ho chenchen mo si akwan wa hu nko mo bi mesini. Esimpo wa ayehwe o na araba. Usi ejebi we jebi ti ase. Nti ye mo nku ni mabotre. Na wo beto ma na ama ye. Wo beto wagu ya yenso. Enti ni ye mu pa ni edua ohina. O kesi ye ne hu tintinti ye nim se wo be so dua pa bi sa tenten huro akate ye si nchirma mbotom mikobi sa ankra oso oni mu ho hwe mikobi sa daddy susu oni mu ho hwe nti mikobi sa mama awo mama
ben
mama boys abre ede na be se hwie mu ama girls letiti ya ebusuanko ya to ba ha emebunre ha yewu afa yarshi toshure jadon pe mane anesianshia afunupo wode okaka se na mepe adiso yemu yeduru untu mi nso amobi meswa fi se esinala wa yan rimpo na araba esimpo
Uwie wusi esikwe hu ano na araba.
Esimpo ayehwe na araba. Twenanim da wa aye mo nchen, ensem no kra ye nto sabi. Esimpo wa ayehwe o na araba.
Esi ben.
Wa ye ho chenchen mo si akwan wa hu nko mo bi mesini.
Widim time obomo ne ball nyumu yi 2012 na Professor Mills enya ne baby kono a na John Mahama ene Akufo-Addo be contest no esimpo anya hwe na araba Mills no mu anya hwe na John Mahama wa mu se abeto wo kwem you see Oma Jimmy, omo ya di omo nwene won se ade we ya ye no. Da ya edum twan ye. Ya me ayi like men and Matisias wo boda mo se de yo. Oh. Omodam. Me na se mun so obi abeto writer bi so aboda mo de no kwa yare se or something. Esimpo anya hwe na araba. Today, beche ya de Akufo-Addo aya bawomia efatasi emfanisi so omu nyina akose dem omu nyina se so omu nyina adwane kwa dem they are all running away na say omu si no ton bread wo your friend say or the bread cooker mu ton wo Tesano from Tesano then now oko baby adwasafo papa wo no Kwabena Esimpo anya hwe na araba. Mama yasmenya nyo no ba kwa mama. Kwa me dia nkra. Da benya. Mama hwe ampon. Ampon na ball for mo no. Mama here.
Hallelujah. You are the one of Yahweh Elohim.
And I said 2020 yeah.
You have to
so to anyone for watching a well. Then the first 4 years, nipa na abadam no na old to galam say dim kwasi ade na nti wo ampo wa hu. Ajimi fon ba kuni o. Ajimi fon ba kuni. Onya tagada no sa no lumba twina dia na emsere se. Sras yakwa. Yeah, day. Francis Jai. As one can one tea now on TV. Anybody who go so a year and yama. Also, oh no, mentias yet. But when they get power, nothing. They won't do anything. Nothing. Omnya power mumfanya she. But obitiswa, they will make sure adia bia wuye bia enye. Yeah, and this for us by me. Enka is the best thing. But every before year ama abe said no. Say nesa musumuye bi. You know, NDC, they don't have any problem to commend MPP for some yeah. Recently, your friend say, I've forgotten. I am say one of the tax components, and there was this something in Parliament, and MPP for minority for yama a kufad withdraw ye, withdraw ye. Minim so obekaya. Just last week, I mean, who said minority for no issue statement to comment the government. Say why are there? Yeah. Very good. Restrictive bill, no? Yeah, very good. Me wa madam for NDC ni bi frame say me hwe de minority for ne ye enhwehwe animu. Obi na ekofa de anya aba. Wa withdraw. And I make a chance to be honest, and kase ni ebu man, kase ni etna wo man mu. Wonim say ye MPP. And omo ye na nka jomama withdraw ya. No ma be press conference a kire say de omo sim oman bu. And say de jomama agimi afa. Ka we kro man kan say on withdraw. And kwa withdraw. Onim adwena edi bu oman. Munyini mfiri ho. Yeah, say MPP. That is what they will do. O withdraw ya, ombe organize a press conference. afre wɔn nkrɔfoɔ no joy wɔn nkrɔfoɔ no wɔ peace fm ne ade no na wɔn de microphone asi hɔ na wɔn aka ama wiase nyinaa hunu sɛ deɛ ɔmo ama nim nyansa yɛ a wɔde bu ɔman na sɛ nkanyɛ wɔn paa na kan a kawe nkɔ ɔbaa bɛyɛ o yɛ kan yɛ no agyae ntoma mfa ɔman no ma yɛ but the NDC in parliament just issued a statement ɛbɔ aban na ba so sɛ o wɔyɛ adeɛ sɛ adeɛ wɔ yɛn nyinaa deɛ no tu mu bi no watwa saa na nke ebu man saa na ɛtena wɔ man mu. So when the guy called me, he said, look at what the minority is doing, Bobie. And I told him that, look, in actual sense, and quite papa nunye. So who say unya ya de pa, ya de papa, unya ya de bonia, ya de bonnet. Sana MPPs who and this more ya de papa, or ya de bonnet. That not ye kakran no minor. I had the ya back of phone to me transo in fiafe ball near Quayanum. But when they hate, envy, jealousy, evil, witchcraft, beye, nipa mpipi ni beye, bibia omani abre, udidia na ni hwemu a ehne ya, wo sha atare a ehne ya, ono awia bebre, wo sha baako pe, odi e baako pe na ehne ya. That is how they behave. Ono amtifi a beye sa bibi obehu bia ye ne ya tam omo tena omo nsa e wo kugyeto no ma ne bo amanom se omo nya adwuma da e na omo ayeye wo politics mu no se na omo pekwai de samia okunum ne payosagideri UJ ahen no maba baye bone yaw ahoya abayfo ntisa ye tua tax ye ka che obi se wo de scan air fru wiem sen no akoni krom hene e wo chebi e ho ekura na se omra medidi yen atem se abayfo ma ene nkwasiafo ma ene criticize Akufo-Addo uko busa se kwase abai ne chen mu a was mentiase untiase obey den de na betumi aye obey den ede na be tingobi ya de papa ya bona baso o menua de wuye eye omo de dabi no they won't agree. In the amasa pen awura NDC grassroots mu enti wo se grassroots na nia brea se omo person mo se NDC ne MPP for no ye bibi papa bia eya na nya bibia o ade no Akufo-Addo no ma yi a kire NDC grassroots amo ma se no we say ya nya anuafo na eto o man we mu no it's not true say ya nya anuafo because so no nya wa ekwa odo be fa so no so wunya chance na so so MPP ni ma ni kwa so ojeja ho omo na be kire sa de no yeah omo na be kire sa de no medu be wie nanado asem bia wakwa akoka me pa cho na yi no kan se omo ni message no mo ka o se me boss store no so but boss Samira de anima me nanado say okay so in the first place watch this story. So put the story here for me. Full story no all right. Hello. Okay. Monkailu Al-Hassan, good afternoon, Commander. This Alan watching you from Wenchi in Bono region. Thank you. Freedom Kwaku Jisam is here. Yeah, more story my joy online. Only politicians with no message stoke tribal religious sentiments. Make sure who Akufo-Addo and Bawumia are. Who they are. Only politicians with no message stoke tribal religious sentiments. Akufo-Addo. And okay, some way, let me check the dates. I think somewhere last month. Okay, yeah, November 17th, 2023. And there's the story. Omuni politicians omuni message. Omuna de tribal and religious sentiment enenam. November 17th. And then I said December say 19th. Okay, say wenra 18th. 17th, 1 month, because I go for what yare. You also me boy. Complete. Who I want to say no ba. Complete. Hwɛ tie the okokafa Samira hu ozongo. Just listen. Tie. Okonima. All preachers say Ghana for nchu every tribal and religious hono. Na onwa sainam. Na oye.
By the grace of God,
Muhammad
Bobie wins the presidency in 10th of December 2024. We will have a Zongo First Lady in Ghana. So there's a lot of opportunity for, but more. So if by the grace of God, Muhammad Bobie wins the presidency in 10th of December 2024, we will have a Zongo First Lady in Ghana. So there's a lot of opportunity for, but more. So if by the grace of God, Muhammad Bobie wins the presidency in 10th of December 2024, we will have a Zongo First Lady in Ghana. So there's a lot of...
Just listen to this man. Oh, Debiano said you sit here no. Now why are fast? Me, I hate such people. People who are hypocrites and very reckless in thinking. They hide their real character and they point fingers at others. I mean, some woman circles mukra. I don't like them. Just 17th November, this man is telling the whole Ghana, some politician only message. And I was talking a tribal and religious sentiment. Fast forward, Nebosume na ojina Nima Zongo. Tell the Nima people, say Nima for, but me oya running me oya vice president. Nigeria a friend says ni where Samira yankasa a Zongo girl, but that's okay. I don't have any problem. Omumienu say ni no omayama a Nima. Zongo communities no and this say moto aba na so be the president no they can do more enkakasa you don't have any message enti zongo fu obenya first zongo lady first lady. Look at this cheap concept, useless man. Cheap concept, useless man. Meanwhile, now November 17th, no jina TV so I catch the whole Ghana say politician only because of him. Omako parliament ama Sam George akwa as I'm say asema Sam George kan no. Me messy support Sam George. Udebia wonka. Wa was won ti ase no. Na ya be man no kojo Sam George fie. Say won ti ase. Na ndisi fobi dwane free asma Sam George kan. E dey na Sam George kan ya ehu. E dey na kan ya ehu. E dey na Sam George kan ya ehu. Okawie ya no ano. No drimika, no akwagina nima. First time you are going to have a Zongo first lady. And so what? And you think Zongos are so stupid? They are fools. Akufo-Addo say, Odi 12 years now, papa de ne betra, and I know we are yenumu. Safia no nima fie no. Na Nigeria fo bi dia. Wanko no papa wi aye. Omo mobra o. Omo nya dwe o. Omo de any bread ne krono, grabbing people's things. That's all. No papa de ne betra 12 years. No papa de ne betra 12 years no. Oni me ne kona like the search na nim kona bi ase. I'm sorry ba. Osum wawurade. Osum wawurade. Ti tuba no kona bia because ya de o de some parts ro e ko ba bia. O de o kariyo. Unim baby that's all you nima lungu no like yes baby I say yeah tikro my and can say you kona baby we so awesome na urade wonu kremu sumo urade wonu kremu na sumo urade a enye nsempatre evangelism adwuma ufiria na de ko a ufiria na de nsempa ne mma enya sa na Jesus over catch and say why na enim say o evangelist why na Akufo-Addo woni wo kroma say o evangelist yeah apostle for the ever wa bra Yohane enwosra bae so ya beto aya adwuma ya de aba be pem na ba akokora ada so yo na nyame frɛ wa onyiwa home onyame otoro nsa frɛ wa ongwa retirement ojirem oraso yo what's now 12 years obedi president changes ben abanima tell us. Anka, you see, the UP tradition, they always belittle Zongo for arguing. That is. Omo mushia, eyo omo say, omo nim nyansa. What now 12 years? No, the 12 years. It would be a fine opportunity to know their problems. Obetra so, we win presidency and conform no when you move. Ya na oyire pie kotokoko ebedi ene moma ena wo pam omo nyina oh na say me omo to na me wo pyramid house ya ba bi nim fie o asem na me wo pyramid house ehwa anie omo fra ayi ya fra ne say Apia Stadium ko bu no ofie o nyina manim sem Apia Stadium ko ofre me say omso omra satan no 1 pp mu afra na ala na yi na asha ase gidigidi no na mka chen say wukọ o se an Apia Stadium pie free on went me an kase waja MPP wo kwara no ofa ka kodru pokuyase na ofre me say me nya ni interview e wa sempa FM so say wajai MPP that was that wotwe aka o de gina ba bia Jilani magate wonu ana kasa ase wajai ka bete pokuyase na Apia Stadium eko jira frebe nam so we o so pokuyase nam so kwa o se na ni chire kumase so wo twiara kwa ka bete jilani mu woneka jira sa woti dentemachi kasa na nopo mienhwe afenu wahire atra ayi danchema fe na agina se danchema no po watu wa munyina firi animu ho si ase na yire ya florist ena waye flowers in shirei oh not ho sasa ase no so nya odia sasa ase na enya odia ena na obi ka chem say adam be free power o anantwie e wonima obeka omo nyina mo makofo akwa flowers ni nyina na mka chen so ehunhia yeah why should you do that ehunhia just living nima problems nima police station na wote ho no tete dan no a esiwo no sa na esiwo bepemne traffic light ase ewa Akufo-Addo ufie anim nima enyam no nanam eni ufon so yi fatuso na yi mobi ehu traffic light eye leading to Nima esufi anim ase Nima gota kese pa gota kese pa free ufie ekwo kwanwa Nima for the so te gota no. You don't have a message. You don't have anything good to say. Tell the people, Bobie vice president. Now unim adia kwame. Akufo-Addo kan eye makoma ya. O say ye no ntina oti Zongo Development Fund. Na me ka so beto aso abose Zongo Development Fund no ya yesi amamo, ya yesi amamo, ya yesi amamo. Ya yesi wonzongo, ya yesi wonzongo, ya yesi wonzongo through the Zongo Development Fund. I know, sir, washeda ahunso ani ajimi for na edili. But sometimes the reason why somebody needs to respond to this man is because when he thinks everybody is a fool, then somebody must let him know that he talks rubbish foolishly. You have set up a Zongo Development that the first time. Tell us. Tell them. Say I don't call you too for you. My ministers bebre, my yakwa bebre, any other mwasio. No. Put him under scrutiny. Tell us. Just point to things. Your mama ko too for. Kasi na ma yese ayewe ewa ha no abokru no ma yewe no abo ma yewe no abo no ayewe ha so tell us kasi na ma yese ayewe ewa ha no abokru no ma yewe no abo gata we ben no ebe no gata we okay so therefore you two things. We video emi na me take here na me gina ne fie animu ho. Oh Akufo-Addo animu woni. Yankasa wo mo. Traffic light na ase woni ma police judge. It was a police for no more directed traffic.
Yes.
But that way na dan.
That Nima inside on free Nima market. Eba oko Accra girls are.
Oh okay.
Yes.
And I say ebe no.
Ebe no.
Yeah ebe no. Edu wahu we. Wahu.
Said on no ka say onim
corners
yes
go radio hot talk radio be fam
yes ebe honom no
sa get to radio be fa ke audio be call
said also new all get to so
yeah because hani evangelism zone onima e go hofe pa hofe Texas. So this is the situation. Now just to tell the Nima people. Say Nima foi. Say ni na my amamo. Hwe ba bia nkrofada insisi nkrofada. This is the traffic light. We are not lying. You created a fund just to steal the money in the name of Zongo Fund. Thank you, Aya. You can show one thing. Thank you. What do you mean show idea about Kokra nchire? Say Zongo Development Fund. Say. And that is the reason why the Zongos will vote against Akufo-Addo. Yeah, but we are the new year. The Okoka say, Bomo Nkrofunti. Almost you be any message. Meanwhile, so any message, they don't have.
Look at what will benefit our people. Let's look at what will benefit our people. I have been selected partly because I'm a Muslim. So I'm selected because I'm one of you. I'm not representing myself, I'm representing all of us. So please support. Let us make a difference in Ghana in our generation. Thank you very much for that. Look at what will benefit our people. Let's look at what will benefit our people. I have been selected partly because I'm a Muslim. So I'm selected because I'm one of you. I'm not representing myself, I'm representing
religious sentiments. Omuni bibiaka. They have nothing to say. Omuni bibiaka. Star 413 hash sika chadie. Kwame na say 1,000 Ghana na say 2,000. 1,000. And you be 1,000. Me ba try na your many pa be 15,000, 10 million obia. Bronya aba. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. See, I'm just catching there. Anche, me bomb me first a year winner. More bet here bambe nipa 100 no, a be farmer. 10 million. Friday ni 50 million no, 50,000 no. 28th next the following week. Cash a bay. I done the member. Member house ma. I bet him tight. Politics of deception. Almost 30 years. They deceive people. For Alan Tramatin and a host of MPP members to run away from that party should give you a clear picture. Now they have seen the light. A evil characters been come together and they formed that MPP. Some evil characters, evil forces. They can lie. They don't care. They kill. They murder people. They don't care. I'm just hoping and praying. Onyamema yankwa. Na bayin sasa. Na kwa kuba akunu me complaini. Look at contracts almost inside. This lithium contract. Even University Teachers Association, they are talking. What's meant here? Criminals, Akron share contractor, a friend say finance ministry, Akosa with SML company. Say MPA for Ejuma Kwame, Ejuma MPA na you. See akofa private company so omra meye. Sa na omkofa Mackenzie, every South Africa. Ejuma GRA for ye. Omo se Mackenzie for omra meye. E the workers free South Africa. E the omo aba na Ghana ha emrantie ya omo wie accounting school. Omo nya adwuma nye. Omo ne nam ho. Aw. Omo wi na akufo do ase abebu say Dabi akwa na no se boya no asafmafo no abebu say unemployment is overwhelming any overwhelming say adwuma GRA ye eyanka ese mo fa more hands mo ye no you went to South Africa to go and bring Mackenzie so mo mra ye na training Ghana ni no ya Kwame enye mfaso de mo man no onipa no oni Ghana he ya mo twa mo ko some for us wow here obekasa mo bia ka cha so wo yakola bone na wonye pani bia ti bia bia ono wa bodam ohun o so wonye na wo ye nipa na wodwene sa de we hu a you ask yourself say enti nipa na wo te aban no ma na ase moa you went to South Africa to go and pick Mackenzie GRA adwuma GRA for you no agya ediama foreigners. No, omo do omo workers aba because obenya ne cut $500,000, $1 million, $3 million. Sika krono enibre kwasi asem. Adwuma MPA for ye. Wasimi ma MPA for nye. Medibema eye private company SML. Omo no mra meye. Obi e ka se jai ade na wo ye ni jai osimeye. adwuma ayi yafra ne say lithium asem obi a catch say lithium no jai lithium no emfa won sanka jai na contract no nye na ono saa boy bi na ne ti sa adwe no o free latte no kwase aboy no sefa ka training no akotra piece of keka kwase asem no ne ti sa adwe odwa ongo hwe latte kwai kwase asa akotra piece fm say ono de ono politics na oye no so oba na so ope 5 cities aye no ode be ma ono de onfa ho na ono kwase asa no akotra piece fm say omo kasetia lithium no contract ni nyina no omo ni adwumaye kwame ya hwe sa tape no mame sa aboaje asa wan tape no say omo criticize lithium no contract ni nyina no omo ye lazy people unemployed people omo ni adwumaye Catholic Bishop Conference catch them say ade no enye University Teachers Association they catch them say enye various groups will catch them say ade no enye na ono akwala wei kwase aboy wei a ubusa no a adwuma kora wonya bi da no no catch Catholic Bishop Conference for say they are lazy people ntina omo ka eye lithium contract no wasem obi ahwe say NDC time ena philosopher su kwa chia na so obi ekoka asasem we a mi donyame nka kromanka de besi nye NDC for jama de we ekọ just like that kwase we jimi for to say aboaje asanwan ofri latte aboasa no close it Kwame
with us again. I am speaking to you in the spirit of the season from Conakry over radio, Guinness Voice of the Revolution. In spite of your suffering and humiliation, I wish that you could have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This is normally a festive occasion, but on this year's Christmas Day, Ghanaians cannot help reflecting what a fateful year this has been for them. You have seen an unfortunate and sordid chapter in your history. It's a chapter of treachery and betrayal, of greed and hypocrisy, of cant and blunder. It is dark days for Ghana. It is exactly 10 months today when certain officers in the Ghana Army and Police turned their guns at the very constitution and legal government which they solemnly swore on their honor to protect and defend. You know that anyone who is capable of such an outrageous betrayal of trust for no reason at all could never have been motivated by the true interests of the people. Events in Ghana since then have confirmed this beyond any doubt. Within 10 short months, the traitors who make up the so-called National Liberation Council have shown that it was their morbid lust for money and power and their desire to escape from the just consequences of their corruption and crime which made them commit such despicable acts of treason against the state and the people of Ghana. When you look around yourself, their only achievement has been the sordid reversal of Ghana's development and progress. In these 10 months, a lot of lying propaganda and calumny has been manufactured by the so-called National Liberation Council. You have also been told a lot of nonsense by this notorious Liars Council about the state of Ghana's economy. Far from the gloomy picture of doom which the so-called National Liberation Council has been at pains to paint in order to deceive you, there has never been anything like the present state of mass unemployment and hunger which the last 10 months of National Liberation Council misrule and mismanagement have brought upon Ghana. Thousands have been forcibly dismissed or laid off from their jobs. Mass unemployment has mounted so high to a stage unprecedented in our history. Let the unemployed, therefore, mobilize themselves and fight for their rights. Under me, all workers receive their pay regularly, and all state enterprises and organizations function normally and satisfactorily. In fact, 10 short months ago, the standard of living in Ghana was one of the highest in Africa. What is the position today? Ghana's standard of living has fallen drastically. The cost of living has gone unthinkably high. Ghana's foreign reserves have entirely disappeared. The value of Ghana's currency has fallen hopelessly. In one of my broadcasts to you from here, I warned that the opening of Ghana borders, if not planned carefully, would lead to economic troubles. Today, Ghana's cocoa is being smuggled to neighboring countries with disastrous consequences for the people of Ghana. Cocoa, the large center of Ghana's economy, is in jeopardy, all because of the stupidity of the notorious Liars Council and their ill-meaning advisors. Ghana is now in a mess, economically and politically, under the so-called National Liberation Council. Men and women of Ghana, I know your troubles. Stand firm and organize. continue your resistance wherever you are. I have faith in you. We shall not have fought so far and achieved so much, only for us to stand looking unconcerned while a clique of deceivers and self-seekers do all in their power to turn the clock back. We shall not sit idle to see your hard-fought-for achievements being destroyed by this traitorous clique before your very eyes. Fellow countrymen, chiefs and people, comrades and friends, Christmas is here with us again. I am speaking to you in the spirit of the season from Conakry over Radio Guinea's Voice of the Revolution. In spite of your suffering and humiliation, I wish that you could have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This is normally a festive occasion, but on this year's Christmas Day, Ghanaians cannot help reflecting what a fateful year this has been for them. You have seen an unfortunate and sordid chapter in your history. It's a chapter of treachery and betrayal, of greed and hypocrisy, of cant and blunder. It is dark days for Ghana. It is exactly 10 months today when certain officers in the Ghana Army and Police turned their guns at the very constitution and legal government which they solemnly swore on their honor to protect and defend. You know that anyone who is capable of such an outrageous betrayal of trust for no reason at all could never have been motivated by the true interests of the people. Events in Ghana since then have confirmed this beyond any doubt. Within 10 short months, the traitors who make up the so-called National Liberation Council have shown that it was their morbid lust for money and power and their desire to escape from the just consequences of their corruption and crime which made them commit such despicable acts of treason against the state and the people of Ghana. When you look around yourself, their only achievement has been the sordid reversal of Ghana's development and progress. In these 10 months, a lot of lying propaganda and calumny has been manufactured by the so-called National Liberation Council. You have also been told a lot of nonsense by this notorious Liars Council about the state of Ghana's economy. Far from the gloomy picture of doom which the so-called National Liberation Council have been at pains to paint in order to deceive you, there has never been anything like the present state of mass unemployment and hunger which the last 10 months of National Liberation Council misrule and mismanagement have brought upon Ghana. Thousands have been forcibly dismissed or laid off from their jobs. Mass unemployment has mounted so high to a stage unprecedented in our history. Let the unemployed, therefore, mobilize themselves.
Back here, my first winner, CMG Sika Achede, 10 million. Hello?
Hello, Bobie.
Eja?
Eja.
Eja?
Eja.
Eja?
Eja.
Eja?
Eja.
Two. What for the boko?
Eja me that way. Why are there?
What? And now what you say?
And name it you are 40 cedi per.
And I bomb amount say
1,000 cedi cash.
10 million.
Cash.
Kai, bro, ya we oh. Bro, ya we.
My problem, Bobie.
Oh.
Me that way. Me the brain and papa. Me send you the why?
Cause so I don't trust you just catch it the when you beji. Why? All right, all the best. Congrats. Okay, so that's it. Mpacho and then me che on one channel temwa and me can't say na Kwabena say anything. Star 413 hash. ube follow a steps no the bomb mawa team one a okro no 10 million na on utwa ade ntamo a na fan tamo to the tranway. All right, so I have Asipa executive director here Ora Mensa Thompson chama akwaba
ejami jeso
I for akwaba Listo, when you akwaba. Oh.
All right, I was very surprised when you mentioned his name without the mister because it's not easy to attain that height.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
So, in fact, for and on behalf of my client, Mr. Mensa Thompson,
Yes, sir.
I would want to subpoena you before the Sahindri, where you would have to answer questions as to why your mindset derailed from mentioning the Mr., which has not just come easily. You know?
Council, but someone many Mustafa. You know, someone at the other table, a brava so.
Mustafa has never missed calling him Mr.
Anyway, Mr. Mensa Thompson.
Oh.
Anyway,
I'm still Mensa Thompson.
This is Mr. Mensa Thompson with Mr. in hyperbole. Hyperbole. A gargantuan.
Congo to say.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, come on. Maybe I call so come on. It's so say Mensa Thompson. I be for man. No be a testing me. I want to say Mensa Thompson ko ware Congo. Ware Congo evermore. Even evermore. Go shifon ko da. Yeah, no muti kruva. But Onia,
Kwabena, when you say let me say
Vive also the above. I didn't know you were such a darling.
No, Mensa Thompson, girls in the region home.
By many of
them. Say,
na adenengma Ghana for mama Ukrasa.
Me worry me for mama afe na de na ma bebrebe wo Ghana ha na me say me nya bi
mu chichei me be boss kura bu mfi
me nya bi
unu anu mi kura se nya nya de mpa go ma nya bi
o kura nya bi
o mu nya bi ye nu anu o mu nya bi ati Magdalene. Hey, Mr. Thompson, my crush. Hey,
yes,
Oh no, you say no. Me who say one take steps bi wo wabrabo mu a. Oh Kwabena. Emma wadofo kra nyi omuti empia bonten.
So,
Nti me kra no, my imagine say me announcement, but me de end enye reality. Na me ye wia no ma hwe omom do. Oh, we say nka odi na enye no.
There be odi no
obeka say wahu adofo.
Oh, otobo obudi arbe kwa no India na be Kumasi,
Kazakhstan. We prefer me ko Uzbekistan.
What ado? Si e fa pa so twitwa na abefo chero.
You free Uzbekistan na ye ko Pakistan.
Yo.
Na if you Pakistan na yaba himfa. How many stands do we have?
Can stand.
But all the stands, the most adorable stand I know in this world is Standubi.
Stand.
Very hard working.
Standubi. Oh, task. Listen, Unyana, or you now. Anyway, so Oria, Akwaba.
Yeah, Kwabena, me that Ghana phone na ne omo sending me messages and wishing me well and all that. Also, omo etamechi enemy two coin. Say I'm ready.
Yeah.
Obafi ene ekoye ne ho ade nti eho na o say yakone ekoye.
Yeah.
Nti nsemo ma obi ampo na me be kwa my baby kakra so wa na Ghana for so.
Hano, eni asem no chairman nie.
Eti meda obi bia se obi o send message bia na ma menka se enye se me pega na for massem there be enye am say a lot of
It's the most highlighted.
Yes. For Ubiaya, oh, na dena Ghana former baby, nana. Menyebi. Menyebi. Misu Mishishimuno. Dear Misu Misatos. And Sebio Yenina no ye nipa bako.
In fact, Prophet Nekraka said per vision no nyain na onfim padie ni man.
Prophet Benekata.
Oh, do I have the prophet? Okay, maybe I'll be texted.
Well, now where you be no?
But honestly, I didn't know. Say I had a lot of people here who really liked me. I didn't know. I don't know
that they like me
until say my wife na messages baby and I'm say oh
Meso sa
menya where
say me that said they like me.
But you know, I'm a Pan-Africanist. I believe in the African dream. I am also a pragmatist. I know, say, I mean, there's be a kasa about uniting the continent, uniting Africa.
Magdalene say, I'm breaking akuma.
Oh, Magdalene, sorry.
Say no.
You stole
media, me mama hoswa straight. Papua New Guinea.
3 City Mafia.
Papua New Guinea. Coffee if you want.
Oko 3 City.
Na me de bada mu nya make ya tra kuruma bro. Whom you are not body
you know, yeah. But you see, you see, but come on a serious note. See, culturally, we are one people, though.
Yeah.
You know, the culture, the food, everything. We just one people.
The same people.
We're just divided by artificial boundaries.
That's all.
That's all. We are just one people. You know, I mean, there's nothing different. I mean, and yet,
say Ansah, the same
the
thing.
Same. Said oba ho ade wo Ghana ha. Sa. The same process. Bibian
yeah.
You know, so it shows say we are just one people. We're just one people, and you know. Yama akosi broni ede entawantawa na say French for monkofa British for monkofa and normally kasa chicheyemu, and we are not able to unite the continent to be able to achieve the benefit as a continent.
You're right.
It's I have so much respect for Ghanaian women. I love Ghanaian women. My mother is a Ghanaian. My sisters, everybody, you know. But the Nyankopon. And I'm very grateful, and because she's a very lovely lady, the family too, very very lovely family, and I think said they saw how lovely you know the family was and everything.
And so bana ya hano ya dia no ne na fofo na beba
ai ene abusuafo ni
omuso beba ba bijano
omba bijano enti hope wo ho
Oni eke unu se uyako dadoda
obi dia banu no obi so dia namo.
Okay, so that actually says so all for you, especially your boldness to speak your mind. I owe you fufu with some goat soup this Xmas. Why? Damba says yes, me too. I believe in Pan-Africanism. That is why I married a Gabonese girl, and I'm proud of my wife. Okay, so you have a brother here, Charlie.
Yeah.
Beneza, I remember the very day my wedding was announced in church. One lady walked up to me saying, "So you all this while I've been here, why do you think I've been hanging around?" Meanwhile, there is a lady I approached and she turned me down. Not once, not twice, so many times. Where I go get my own tea, they can't talk nonsense. Okay, so now says as for Bobie, his destination is voter rating. That is why he can pronounce the names of the. Nah, please, I beg you. Me free voter region, ebe, Mr. Me nasi futuro kura me improper. I beg you, go you. I say Nkrumah self go Egypt, that Ansah. Oka Kongo awako. Such a senti. All right, so Audumo says, Bobie, he will catch one of her friends. Oh, who's there? Crawford Casa did the agro keke about me.
About you.
Yes.
Oh, with the agro.
Yeah.
And you're the credit.
A young pampa. Anyway, yo, Akwaba.
Yenu Akwaba.
Boko dear.
You who are me careful.
Christmas we to say, street to say.
I think say Mama Chetty for.
Omojoso.
Na menchia minua Mensa Mr. Mensa Thompson.
Yeah.
Ura Mensa Thompson na me mona baso ne akukudo ne nseyo. Ade a ese fata se ye nyina as enuanom no yehu se eye obramu asem se ye nyina no ye betwa saasa no anye bia no enane eja edijaye se yenso ebesua se ne yehu akan no se Obema beja nina na odi akubo nti on behalf of all of us mesumebo abaso se utu anamopa yesire nyame nhira ne nkwapa ne ahoden edemawo ne wo kani Kwabena Christmas unse miano where
I just asked about the town.
Where I come from no. I was trained not to be someone that celebrates Christmas and all that, but I grew up knowing say akoye ewiase afefe dia se bi enya dia nyankopon chiri na bibia, but Christmas way I think is the worst of all. So we share omo mu frama no ne ba Ghana no a eno de I think say ebinum ani age Ghana ho. The only policy me jidi say aban we aya medical abo mo abaso wo akufado amemu mu nyina eye sa before na say black Americans ne blacks elsewhere in the world that omo etimi aye program bia etimi di omo abaga na I think say one of my brothers, is it Kodwantwinom na yes program, and if I'm not mistaken, it has brought a lot of people down and beyond their return and so no idea abua.
No, but I think this program has been there for years.
Well,
Rollins started with emancipation.
No, I'm saying say
then gateway to Africa.
Aban way say o party papa bia e bia obaye e wo so to aso a wan to aso a any dey wo so to aso a wa to aso a I think this is about the only one I know. What you say? There's nothing better or good about this government apart from that we now ama nipa bagana no. But busa hu say obi frama no ne ba wo man mu abedi bronya wo na wo ti wo man we mu no bronya no wo di bia na eno brings up a question na ebe magana ni ehu say
so Rollins and Panafest
yeah Akufado no omo nwe omanfo ho omo dwen timamufo ye foreigners any obi a on free man mu anase obi a omo ejiri se like womo ne eni akansie what you say se Ghana ni eyeye a anase odi yie na otene man mu na nani gye a Akufado ne reho but so hoho any jiwo ne man a nani gye, and that is demonic. Kwabena minim Ghana ni apart from omo ya kronfo omo wa ban we mu ni ayonkofo ni anuanom a omo awieska minim Ghana ni bia wo say afi we owo the luxury to do some expenditure ebe boama ne ho atono. Accra of all places kwabra eni kwan se nkene ene ye busumi da toso dunson yes sir echina dungotwe aya ye koyeni kwabra busa ho se ene dunkuno rada busa ho se 19th of December sign nanka wo nim se ekrom se se ese nka wo bai nanka ni kwan se nka wo timi ba easily
yeah
kwabra ko akra akofie
hwe
why hwe there's no traffic it is na akwabi MPP ni bi ti radio bi so I don't want to give any eulogy to the person's name na ote radio so say police for na aboama traffic na easy how the police for say ma obi entu ka mpi abonten bi ekroni mo ye hwe kwabra obi ani kapre
yeah
se si e sabi o ma ba ku mienu miensa enan anasa wo de oba ba ko pekura kwabra you are not thinking about Christmas because right after Christmas school fees.
And before that, no more kankola no she school move force. Ebinim do mo back to school just last week. And Ochina Wednesday. They are going to pick them.
SHS.
And America no.
What I say?
Yeah.
What force on kola mo back to school just about 2-3 weeks. Or betine fie till March. Because open say oka on record so say that 5 from 1 4. Na say what adu chumkura wa bon say wo say na ko school kura nka wo no entika wo yedo watchman kura nka won qualify eti no wotiti wiase na bonne we making so wo hwe plans a nipa ba ko pe one ne family trips ahodo a omo abuku na ebi wa minimu a pabna baby a me medi agro community mi nka ho asem pii areho oh and it's so sad say akwaye bibi se woni bi no nipa no kura nka bi anka are chichire fa ni nipa ho no ono kura mpo no se wusu kura no oye ne mo so it's so sad. Oh, and that same person, not also discuss say every Christmas has not been better than the previous since time memorial. But I beg to differ. I do remember when I was a kid, every Christmas was better than the previous. When I was a kid.
Oh, you
know, say akoba say
only so much say
ene say yes here dey kokko kra kokko keke ye mfato ho a so mama penso na akoko no enu 20 cedis fane say me pe broiler na me to broiler 20 cedis 22 cedis 25 cedis enu no kra 100 cedis a o to 9 etu kra timi ye party kra mo bi be ye den e ba wi bi ene 100 cedis na de ton kokko 9 no entimi nto akokọ baako wo pe broiler unkra 150 cedis eno kra mpo no nipa no ode achew nikonom eno moto won kokọ ye friend say 150 cedis eno kra no broiler no ode achew entu unkra 150 cedis a kwabra how would you say this okope akokọ funu so kra mpo kwabra
say box no be at 350
360 na say me kwa akopa akoko funu bi akoya ade ama na me koya akoko funu ye me say omde omu nchemienu a eno kwa 100 and something
yeah
see this ka ko to broiler kra nka me gidi senke ye oh enti no me nunu ye ho nsere me Ghana fo no ade ba kwa ade bia me pese ye nyina ye hu ni say ewiase ye bobra koya nim oh ena ye de ye na anya o ya ye nya ofaye we obi MPP share caller or share texter oba betra ha oba text ya ba oh Christmas we because the ref say 300 cedis and say bia for the maximum ko do opon kroma tutu I'm 1,000. What if I say I'm 1,000? 500.
I'm saying
to the best of your knowledge.
Say 500.
500.
Say 500. And it's quite tabletop.
Say
you have no be chada pa no.
Wow. Say no. O the 500 ni pie ne. O mabro nya atare sen. Akokọ be na obewe. Wo de fa no so to akokọ funa ma no. Eti ya na nipa bi jimi a na me kirikire mu a me pese me kama a prick in the conscience ma ni hu se wono na wa ma o sa sika no busa se ne yire ne ma we omo nyina akota America omo nyina akota beyond this country enti no adan na wo be ma wo ho kwan ma obi agimi wa kopim se ene wo don sa sumo ano aye kufo do mobile phone uni kapre yama 500 sefa kodi bronya obema na po fans because na po so person o running mate na po so a text a send ni momo e bi 1,000 obekwa akoye aduchum nipa ba ko o say no running mate no de o mu dididie share callers no okwa say oh na bo aduchum me yon campaign o into o ma bie sido account into what the way account A ye na po or the B your say Ansah or the C your friend so opoku nyina onse ba omi ade na kwa mo ma no de into omo ya kodu account EF no the list necessary
opoku nyina ko so omo nyande
so running
one ko propose ma
tikui opoku nyina demon no tikui so these are things that are reality I was some me nyina as a people no yehu ye hwe asitinem
all right
na ye hwe se ne ebetimi abeta no from ye how are you woman but ye tena say ya na ye mane ye te say normal okodwomu a me se ma me bi a oma me ka me ya ka say tia no o se aban bia ni wono mu a obeba oman ne beye papa na sa na obi abebe ye we busa ne few questions o se se mahama ba aden o discover say ibotuma na me se there bi but se mahama ba na uton ne eto a ubenya mfaso ama wo ban so anya so mfaso ba se sie ya wote ha woton a ye nto me ba ya wo bo ne buoyi me hu se ne bo de miniska me de beto ana me kira wo se eye duty ene nioma akosoro ma nioma bua ye den enu ntina ye tempenten kwa na mahama ba ye no duty no tete so na se mahama time no na you contain out you say afi ono ejina hono ma se na eye mom na se aden na wo se obi ka kire wo se dwene Ansah na wadwen bi busa no se aden na wo se me nya dwadini ma ye bi da but aden na wo se me ba be ka kire wo a wo di dwane se dwene Ansah na wadwen enu nti na kwati ha mo jimi we etimi be yes me kwa akoye ayi ama ma be restrict omo amoye importer enka jimi we betimi aba be na obi a wo ye importer wo na wo ama economy we ene atrive akodu baby aduro sebi enka woni ho anka oman we nka abo keti ha mo jimi we etimi koye krata se
na hesem kasi asem se me omo no ka kire ye se
me be restrict
passport every 100 Ghana equal 600 Ghana no na omo atutu passport mu na keti ha mo ejina parliament se adwadifo akire omo nteto omo ne ema so
we oye minister
we no central government no eso no enema boa ye din endu atoto passport mu because cover any paper ni ade ne boa ye din to atoto passport mu passport book e de 640 cedis from 150 we say to 640
we catch as passport untu kan koje
owie ya ono central government owie na ketia monjira parliament say I got the for bachelor body so body oh say book of free kwa so what is it
na say bien ni tirim bakukura o nya sa bakukura ni tirim we o ka chen se pani agimi a obebusa se odidi pani atem na ka se nkola o magimi no o munyina na ewu we jimi we minister of state trade and unim de ncho mo yes ano they just want to insult Alan Say, oh, and you cry, you man, and you may be a Katie create me, or look at where you create me. That's all they want to tell Alan. So when you're in your portfolio, Papa Biao, Katie Hammond, Papa Bia, oh, Katie Grana, oh, hey, Katie Jimmy, where Jimmy Crown, create me Minister for Trade and Alan, they where your portfolio. That's all they want to tell him. I feel now, oh yes, I know, good for come. Omusu, because omo yusu Katie Hammond Jimmy Fono, I'm a busuani per se, omo eu serpo traders, ejuma, importers, ejuma. Enti enyoma boaye din wo dwom bra adwadifo bre atofo bre a omo bre ene ukokora so onfan friwa ne yamtime se no kane no so kwa akotimi di friwu enyenyenye kora no na nkomtimi di friwu ene wodi friwu a obusa se ne odi friwu na china dollar ne kosoro a wabegye san wo ho ene ma na de angu dem na dollar ne kosoro a watum mami amramo bi. Let us reason as a people we enye book bia the power of the talent, it's about the brain. Nyankopon or say, or ma baku num, or ma baku mienu, or ma baku baku. The man in numuno, or bohomani ye do, or man in mienu, or ma or bohomani ye nine. Now the man de baku no to two from the sheho. Aya wajnio, o to two wajne the share from me for the way. Obia wabon say. No better when they were we ask I could not say about me, bro. Unyimia. It busa who pass you busa so president ni wana kase ba umia. We are the biggest fool in the world. O president ni hwan. Obi obeto abama ba umia. Busa say o president ni wana ka ba umia. You are the biggest fool in the world. Because let us hear the year on anya wo ya. Yan twa wo so ne jimina mu no tenemu ana se bi nebo. Eya.
One quick comment from Badasu Emmanuel says, congrats to Tommy for representing the brotherhood at the AU.
Oh,
okay, so nice one there. Anyway, so Tommy,
Tommy Abasuna, Obi atro say omo ya mane kwado.
Uncle, sir, you're far from there. Anyway, so your initial comments on your baby at Befebia.
You come na me that say, my chat for you. MCT for a time and catch it. Many messages be brave, and I say, why are you so quiet now? Why are you so quiet now? Has MPP giving you money? Why are you so quiet?
Would you be?
Questions that
messages. Bobie, Nigeria say, immense and also a quadribia, and I'm so a quadribian.
Just say, now all manner of questions. And then I say, why these are Mr. Mo? Me NPP ni be no bit me see me nim so obda me kapre kra. You know. Until I was just away, you know, for some time until maba. But Kwabena me follow events happening in the country, from the lithium deal to, you know, some of the economic issues, you know, the fallouts in the debate of the 2024 budget in Parliament, and it's a ridiculous policy Aketia Kofabaye, you know, and I was shocked to some extent, you know, especially me hunu your friend is saying sir restrictions now on the bar for traders no.
Yeah.
Say they want to cut the wage bill, the import bill. And you know, one of the ways they want to cut the import bill, and they say now they are going to restrict the importation of certain items. So I wanted to understand the policy rationale. Until I dug in, I did a lot of research onto what they want to do. And if you look at policy normally called Parliament now, they do not only want to restrict the importation of certain materials. But
then you want to give us
further. Yes, but no, it should tell you the thinking of these people.
Warning.
Yeah, and I make say you know the real information that almost actually
yes.
However, you want to open our eyes
on what they were trying to do. What they were trying to do, and the same. They were only interested in how much money these traders were making from the imports. On say, Ofa cold store, the Kufado family controls the cold store, the frozen food business.
Really?
Yes. Through the Amadi cold store.
They have done that and even
they control them.
They wanted to kill Abianca.
So
And Labianca is angry now.
So they control the frozen foods, the coastal, the importation of those frozen foods, you know. Sika wumpa, because if you look at the consumption of frozen food in this country, oh no man, who know the consumption of rice, sugar, and those grocery items, you know. And I'm saying, na adena sa sika we nyina eko nkofo botom. Why don't we restrict it? Until you are going to restrict it, and now I say, so pese okra emo esichire eba Ghana, tea tomatoes eba Ghana, ko Minister for Trade normal license. Until every year no minister na betena say no afra wo bobi ebra wo mama allocation o de your friend is saying 100,000 metric tons of sugar na beba. List over wo mama allocation o de 50,000 metric tons of rice na beba. So apart from mono obi antimi crash three and I'm more Ghana. So that means that the money that could have gone into these private people are almost so ever Ghana for Jumano. A created jobs for people, no, that money would have gone into the cronies able to. That is all they wanted to do. And you see, a hono, and then this is eba. Because consumption, the amount of sugar we consume, rice we consume in this country, our importation of rice is hitting almost $1 billion per annum. How much we spend on the importation of rice and sugar. And imagine all this money going into the pockets of financiers in an election year. So all the money is going to go into their pocket to finance the 2024 campaign.
Yeah.
That was the whole agenda behind that particular policy. It's not about, because there's no way you can solve the exchange rate problem with this ridiculous policy. But you wonder, say, Sir NPP are buying this Kwabena. Omo irrational or more policy direction or more principle anything. Because you name say list maybe I will bet much more party no say more you capitalist. You are liberalists. You believe in trade liberalization.
It's supposed to be. Don't
more,
say we believe
more,
in
Debbie, but
as in
more you capitalist. As a capitalist party there.
Senyasani di animua kanisa. Senyasani di party n'animua. But se okwasia Jimmy abue dwan Jimmy di animua. Eno so so ni subanko enti pacho kanisa.
No, but you see, every party wants an ideology.
It's not cast in stone.
Yes.
It depends.
You say NDC is a socialist party. You say NPP is a capitalist party. The capitalist party, they believe in trade. Open market. They allow the factors of demand and supply to determine prices on the market. But Kwabena,
because to the core, capitalism. No, we have believed that every state Ansah na ubenya bibi edi aba omanfo ana oman ne ho bra no. Ade so omanfo na edi ama.
Exactly.
Enu nti no ye point ni say ma omanfo ni ye. Se na be ya oman ni so betimi edi.
Exactly. Enti no Kwabena.
Enu nti na me how being capitalist.
Yes, but how do you
now yes,
but how do you reconcile say such a trade restriction policy is being introduced by a capitalist party?
But do you think he is a capitalist? He's a capitalist.
So the ideology then. Because Kwabena, it looked when I saw, I said, this is so confusing. And the NPP for it, what is the ideology? What is their political ideology?
Family and friends ideology.
Because Kwabena, you see, he has made a very good, solid point, and it's a very good argument. Kufo, why Juma or block factory? Why Juma when him send you see to adhere ton? When him send ye business. Akufado prior kra your friends saying toothpick kra no on crabin tonda.
Anyway.
And sometimes it becomes like any party ideology, no. So party ni ideology there and come in baby say why would they now believe in socialist ideologies like free SHS?
Yes, but you see, on say party bia on them say no political party practices absolute capitalism or absolute socialism.
Yes, so it's
so you know, even in the NDC, socialists, no, you know, they believe in certain sort of capitalist ideologies.
Why not?
You know,
did they not build businessmen?
Yes.
They built
24 hour policy now. You see, it's a capitalist inclined ideology.
Yes.
You know, to revive the economy, you know, create trade and opportunities for people. But in paper, you know, the extent, you know, you know, it's either you know, center left or center right. What you say? The extent of, you know, until you find that the whole government as a whole, no, formal policies are there will be just 70% socialist policies, about 30% capitalist policies. And offer a typical capitalist party say NPPR, you should see about 70% capitalism and then about 30% socialism. And so it is not wrong for a capitalist party to introduce socialist policies or to be seen to be yes. But when a so-called self-acclaimed capitalist party begin to introduce policies that are alien, that are at par with the principle of capitalism, then you wonder what really is their political ideology. It means they are lost. So the NPP party now is a confused political party. They don't know where they stand.
That's true.
They don't know where they stand. And so how can we allow a party which cannot even tell us this, be decisive on its political ideology, continue to lead the country? So on what basis are they going to govern the country? Because the party is confused.
Very high.
How are they going to run the government? What direction are they going to take the country? What direction?
When you're confused, that your economy, a whole economy, say brabesha so. Una a doctor in economics. Now, if we was a giant what John Mahama na digitization, I'm gonna for any agent. I find no abominable. To say about what free rubbish for. And no crown pulling now, yeah. Just and you send a papa biasa. What the one on and Namna, who say a solo suit of Fabana, my no announce. Or yeah, announcer. Announce digital policies. No, I can't announce. Today we are going to do school feeding program. It's going to be digitalized. How do you digitalize school feeding program? What the internet in the day ever tell you an question kwanenum?
Scan crowd. What would you do this crowd?
Woman kola Kwabena kola no school feeding no. I'm say 1 cedi 20 pesos.
Ya no kra muntua
1 cedi 20 pesos Kwabena na prisoners kra mo dansa wom ha if you do 1 cedi 20 pesos we are also you are going to digitalize school feeding, and you know you will see that they are just confused. They don't know even the direction of the political party itself. They have absolutely no idea how they are going to do that. I think, sir, you know, this year it's been a very difficult year for Ghanaians, especially the last quarter. And can normally, you know, and can get into the last quarter, na yananka and no go kakra. But if you find a whole nation like Ghana, na every second tranche of the $600 million facility and IMF at the break. And throw muko try IMF for IMF for say first can they want to do a final audit in January. Ansah or more approval says.
So that money, what is happening? Tell us.
So Kwabena Ansah, we've been sounding the alarm bell about how they've been cooking figures for a long time. They omukoje IMF program no. Data omo de come IMF for e de convincing IMF for say they qualify. They can complete the debt exchange program, they can restructure our public debt and put the country back on a sustainable fiscal path. Say, they told me to come on in intro. But because the country was almost in a very dire situation, no, the IMF approved the first tranche of facility for us. So the approval of the second tranche was going to be based on one, a forensic audit they've done on the first document, IMF for, no, and then also the success of the debt exchange program. IMF for the movie after the first tranche, you know. About your first assessment, you know, they were not convinced. They came down. They were here for about 3 weeks. They met everybody. They met civil society. They met the opposition, NDC. You know, yes, they met Ira John Mahama. They met the minority leader. They met a number of stakeholders. You know, but Ira John Mahama is a very fine gentleman. One him say all his interactions. All his interactions with the IMF, he was very supportive. Say IMF for no emwa or minor. He was very, very, very supportive. Really? And, yes, and I was shocked. He was very, very supportive. Oh, and
today, let me drive you around small, right? You see this building? You see this building? The first tranche chopping. Gabi. You see this building? That one to them. No quite is Legon. Me from the mother sandbox. Hey, Gabe, you won't be papa.
You're right, mama.
Holiday Inn.
You see, woman, you know woman Holiday Inn.
All the high-rise buildings.
Do you see this one?
The country.
I am a musical nom there. You wait now. Mama for mom.
I mean, I don't think that we'll have a very gentle politician like that in this country.
Yeah. It's a fact.
I mean, his objectivity and his love for the country. Say, I am a phone number, my auntie, or mine. Obanas has said, Pocojo toa. Ninano, said you man a bedding. So he's been
a very force with
a bicano, and a comfort, bonnet say, a chroma, or no so Timubi. And she, when he met the IMF, he was very, very supportive. Even though he knew, say, these people were not doing the right things, he was still, impressing on the IMF, say, whatever support they need to give the country for us to recover from this economic downturn we are in, they should give us. But you see, the IMF was not only counting on words; they wanted to be guaranteed, because they can't just give us the money for us to just misuse it and misapply it.
Yeah.
It's based on second. Your friend is saying data they call here or review debt exchange program. The IMF realized that they could not commit the second tranche because they were not satisfied. Because we should have gotten that second tranche in November, 15th November. We should have gotten that second tranche, but they were not satisfied. Okay. So they pushed it to December. Say they want to do further auditing and assessment of our economic situation. December, so they were still not satisfied. They could not come to an agreement, and so they moved it now to January. But Kwabena, how does a country, Oba in 2017, Obeto sinking fund, heritage fund, stabilization fund, Kwabena, Obeto, your friend is saying, yes, yes, infrastructure fund. Apart from that, Bosian Kwawabo over 600 billion Ghana cedis. Taxes in Kwama are almost 800 billion Ghana cedis in the last 7 years. Oil revenue am I about 200 billion, 250 billion.
This is kind of way. Why?
How does this such a government now, and with these 7 years, the whole country is waiting for just $600 million for the IMF and son of mine $600 million. For them. 600 million. How can a whole country be waiting on $600 million? Just $600 million. A whole country. $600 million. They say, they say Ghana for Bronya and Kofu be do Modoknoka. Bronya by Tari Amagubia. To most a party be a Koswa, say near Kufadwa, nay a Dankwa, and yet Dankwa, nay Orchard Dakon, and Orchard Dakon, nay or more.
Kofi Asante.
Asante ana dapa womo no na yomo. Apart from that, Ghana ni bia beda ko.
Dapa de wo ye dapa fo.
Kwabena grofo hom na je independence man ko be haye yo.
Kwabena areho.
Enka be try independence.
Areho.
Enka Ghana ni bia till death do us part. Ko bia be try independence.
And on be set up your friend saying Independence Day Fund, Founders Day Fund. Aja mo busuafo
yare de mu ntuama ye na ye nananom bre na ye ni ye no omo ajimi saa ma kwase afo pa bu kwase ye
and that is how they've run this country. They've stolen so much and sikanu guomo dem Kwabena sikanu guomo dem o tun sikanu guomo dem nanse a ebi hu de ba sem no started so omo twen kakran so still na dodo na go mo dem, especially 100 cities and 200 cities note ne there o ma packing is a bill e go mo dem ana
o mo tetagu so
ana abro ne be ye nti o mo ntimi ni sika no muso mo mfa sika no megu system nim na Ghana for enya bi se chese economy ni mo tari liquidity tari
say ohini dondo de obewia na baby abebo no asa what the problem no because dondo here that is ohini chini na ti dondo de obewia na baby abebo no asa no what the problem no
say ekura team obia ho kire no Kwabena na onim enya na minim sa ho kire wo man mu na minim se no mo den Kwabena enye ma de ketuo ya mekoye ya nka menim se o man ni modern sa utim se wadofo pa unim se za ni pay die se wo bia Kwabena wo bia
nko be ye
obe maw udua no wasate bobna o de se guniti
unim de ya
and Kwabena and I felt it
ama waka wan se nyina wie no we are no so any
day and after now ono kan dey na wo besu amano and these are businessmen, people who are doing so well in the about 7-8 years ago, and some cannot even pay their children's school fees, some cannot even fend for their family, and this is the country we live in now, and so I'm surprised how we are still quiet in this country. How we are still quiet.
No, but until you go to the polls, what can you do?
What you gonna do?
Kwabena, the situation we are in calls for a revolution.
In what sense?
It calls for a political revolution.
In what sense? It can only happen on the 7th of
Yes,
December.
but the revolution must start now. The revolution must start now. The revolution must start now and take us to the polls. So the polls is just going to be a formality. Yet to me, say yeah, I could do 7th December. The revolution, because yes sir, then we are just accepting our fate. You know, we are just accepting our fate. So the revolution that must happen, but at least I know say Ghanaians can be on the street for 1 year. This government deserves more than that. Ghanaians can be on the street. Kwabena, every day, from now to 7th December, you be a demonstration and we can do it. Every day, Ghanaians will be on the street. Every day. Because that is what must happen. under these people. Yet say I could do 7 December say Kufuor don't find Kwabena, then it means we've not done this country well. They deserve a revolution. 1 year continuous. But at least there must be civil protest, continuous one for 1 year until these people leave power. Because that is the only way we can show, say, we do not accept this level of treachery, this level of wickedness, this level of greediness, this level of atrocities committed on the people of this country. Kwabena, wemu aji se tuo. Che nipa kwa ome kumbi. But enkofo a ome wu. Ome di awrehu free mu because of the actions and inactions of Abanwe no. Say yakasa ye kanya. It almost
was one more said there kuomo.
And make us say but one more based on their reckless decisions, reckless economic policies, their greediness, and to what who shed them. They're almost 1/10 of the population. Over to young boys when you attack. Middle-aged man, yes, you see. I
are 40 years to mission who are comfort.
I are what? Oma show my near for 7 good years. We are Makofa Baomi and say, or no some met twaso. Kokansi break the 8. Break with 3 my pampaso. Break with 3 my pampaso. And Ghanaians, we are supposed to accept this. We are supposed to. I mean,
maybe a war, Jamestown, a cuttlefish. Fish. Na Kofobi no more argument. Na bako say break the 8. Or see break 1 year. Nambuza say onye no day.
Say I am saying Krankasa onye no. Krankasa.
Me mentiase.
Me mentiase. Una what yase?
Oh me busa no. When Timmy and Chim or the Syrian by
1 to 1 tias here.
Break unye.
You know, because if in the midst of this, any dimwit can come and stand in front of us and tell us break the 8. Now and Samira Baumia is going to be the first lady from the Zungu. Look at such a useless talk. Just say I am not a lame duck. Just say I just say I could cry more. I could find Bakuina. No, a Juman, the man is on you. As on social media, comment to be a car fan, the Bia be responding. I'm a moon, the man is Umuno. Nan say Parliament are passing law. Kwabena, I saw the statement. What was that statement? No, I think say we need to digest that topic. And you see, and I'm surprised, say.
No, Debbie,
Kwabena, I am surprised that I'll still doubt it if Ekufuor can tell me he's a lawyer. Kwabena, say Parliament Ashemra, say the criminalization of the witchcraft accusations, no any death sentences, no way, no.
The explanation, you're the man.
Kwabena, the law is very clear. The power to make laws is vested solely on Parliament. And when Parliament passes a law, it is up to the president to assent to the
and also
bill
to
become law.
Assent.
Yes, but Kwabena, the act actually say when the president refuses to assent to the bill, the president must provide reasons. And he has provided. The president is attempting to determine the constitutionality or otherwise of the law Parliament passed. Isn't the job of the president to interpret law?
Yes, he mentioned it. He mentioned it and even mentioned about financial constraint. The most stupid, explanation ever.
Sir, Say it has fiscal pressure. Said the
on
bill
the
has
economy.
fiscal pressure on the economy, so they should have
How?
consulted. I mean,
in other case, for the Ghana, for the past 25 years or 30 years, we have never taken anybody to the shooting
what
range.
is what is the
Say Kwabena firing squad. Most of the people are
Kwabena, what is the fiscal pressure?
Are they not eating? No, the question is, are they not eating?
But
that's not
how
equal
much is the fiscal pressure?
That is it.
That doesn't equal that of an act of parliament. What I say, because say a ruling about, let's say I was a president assented to the execution of a victim. It does not equal to a law. You say a hunshi say omampeni ansaya. I was say obey chiremu dientia.
But listo,
yes,
listo, but listo, but what Bobie is saying is before there are so many people. I'm saying the last time there are about I think 27 to 30 people on death row.
Yeah,
Kwabena, for the last 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, no president have signed the execution of any person, any death row inmate. Ekufado na ono watches are ridiculous. We say the repeal of the death sentence law will have fiscal pressure on the economy. How many death sentences no assign?
them.
How many executions
wasting
are
money on them?
80 let me say wa bon kwabena me ka se nipa no wa bon a monti ase se wa bon.
That's it.
Wa bon. For Bon, because he doesn't understand what he wrote. He doesn't understand what he wrote because for the last 20 years, no death row inmate has been executed. Ukabe president 7 years in Nipa 6 and he has sentenced someone to death. They are still there. You've not even signed the execution of one. And the parliament have passed a law say any young child death sentence because the maximum sentence and life sentence. We say about my neck. Also, I'm good death row. Also, one science in Kumomo. Still, no man, no airborne hoka. And in your bon, over reason where they come out parliament. But you see, what kind of tone of the letter? It shows the level of disrespect he has for parliament. Parliament. Mu parliament bema 10 grams and mu parliament because also was in obia parliament or so was in obia mu obia oya masema to ye kuya no masisa
unim the entire sometimes no I miss me the parliament, especially speaker. When you teach you say, she speaker, when the pedigree, she the record at the bar, she the record at parliament, as member of parliament, as minority leader, as majority leader, and speaker,
deputy speaker before speaker.
Any pedigree. How does speaker kowtow to such a midget in terms of? I mean, sometimes you just look at it and it's like I say, one one speaker knows what money on.
Oh no! Listen,
no.
Listen.
No,
you see, let's not divert this issue because he's on a path.
He's on a path.
Right?
Listen. No.
I say Obi Bua.
No, you see.
Ansah no Obi Bebu no. I was say wawa bu.
A response.
You see.
Akufo-Addo Trokoma Parliament as an institution.
One speaker.
Mama nchrewa de.
Yeah, but
right. Mama meba. When you say I'm fanny her in Kwamprikans my fee.
Like what?
For example, say Mike Okwe and the Tisa Chenimua on trust and
they be big and it's not because he has respect. It's not because he has respect for Michael Okwe. It's because Akufo-Addo know and Michael Okwe know on the party.
Anyway, let's move on.
Listen. You see, Kwabena. Anybody who will be truthful, will tell you, say, a Nyankopon and a Maya, this current parliament, and a Maya, somebody like Speaker Bagbin.
But Babin, the way he's playing his role,
Kwabena, you see,
sure.
You cannot blame him that much. You cannot blame him. No, no. How can you blame the speaker who doesn't have a vote in the house?
But how does he suspend sitting when in another case he didn't suspend sitting? How does he account for that?
Listo. Look, we may all have reservations. With some of the positions or sometimes some of the decisions he take at a certain point in time. But that does not override the general good of him as Speaker of Parliament.
Parliament now are working on a bill. A bill no. That this is the way to go. One person, President Ansah Asante, is just faffing around, giving flimsy excuses, which smacks of madness.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. On this note, I wonder how.
So the speaker.
At another point, I disagree with the speaker on other issues.
Yes.
But on this note, I wonder how Yanuntinu way
yes.
No, but you see, that's my point in telling you that to every immediate cause there is an a remote cause.
Listen, you cannot blame speaker for Kufuor's foolishness. No, you cannot.
I'm not blaming him for.
But I'm blaming him actually to
allow Kufuor to disrespect. What are your party that's not him? What you free party you see, I
think why ne Kufuor Kroma say why ne Kufuor did not so you can't blame Obia no Kufuor. What disrespect Obia Kufuor why
Kufuor 10 times
Obia o de aye no. He doesn't respect anybody.
Why did not Kroma?
Why no did not Kroma? Why not on disrespect no? From Otum photo why
national I
don't count.
Or
hene ko ka kire your friend say your friend say aflawo hene ko ka say okwesiku na waka dey onkoye na ade. He talks to anybody anyhow. That is the damn way to have
to abama no okokumaso no mka chenso omokoya say ya ozo kokrobotu pa twatwe
ose say won to ma na jai ono force say koto aba ono anko for to abama no. So this is the damn way you have as a president. So you cannot blame somebody for his reactions because that's the guy you have as a president. You know, but it shows.
My point is say, I mean, can't say when I am free. My point is say, or trust has same way by you know. Yet Ghana ha, and na kwasi Jimmy be or no so be quite MP. What na kunyem as a referee at Waba. Or buy or throw thesis pamphlet in the case chain way. When we no say I will let it slide. And you know. Who say we are sympathy?
No.
Period. You know you be actually say.
No.
Kufuor do niema nsemfuna wodi no. Enye abamba bin esuba nti na amane disansef. Odi sansef furu free.
Me busa wasem o.
Odi free.
Odi me ba ma busa wasem. Me na epoku. Me nim say Nyankopon na nemre eyemre pa. Me nye ma adwin say me speaker of parliament da. Enti me pa na me speaker of parliament Kufuor obeti ma dwen kwasa asem we abetumi.
Obetwere.
Aka meka kwasi asem a efiri na ekwe. Ne kokura no so obetira konya so bie.
But oye sana. And they say bodam ni ujare. I say ujare na bodam na be yetawo.
You see
you must at every point in time be very rebellious to stop nonsense from happening. Nonsense.
Tobo
Obi Jimmy akata say we Jimmy straight.
The list of person
to me.
The list of person o kanyina ne say.
Obi boss to
Kufuor no time a Kufuor do edim kwasi asem o party mi na Kufuor no agimi nti.
Why not? Yes.
So let's move on.
Why? You see. Kwabena.
No, my body palma.
Pona wo bono to the core ne say Obi Jimmy a hwimma no mani hu say what Jimmy palma so Jimmy no
my body palma. Enye say e di abamba be ne Kufuor no nyina na agimi.
Why not? Obia including aflawo num for na wo hini.
Let's go on. My body palma.
What Jimmy?
Let's go on.
I don't know many people could Jimmy Namo so. Jimmy. Actually, so where Jimmy or Jimmy
Babin is not in the soup alone.
He's not in isolation.
So let's move.
Why not?
So let's move on.
Watch them
How many people could Jimmy can't just where Jimmy? Addo'S president. We are president. Where Jimmy?
Or the Freedom Party man, no, president.
And I'm see where Jimmy is. I for one
delay. Oh, what can some years here to us? Me about the palma. What's the winter here? Oh, Bobie argue. You see, I bought a year. I was still young woman.
Where Jimmy Frinkola,
you know, you see, Parliament Ashembra. Nietia yes separation of powers ne say. Parliament be yembra. Parliament yembra. Ye dem ran about come executive. Na executive na sign. Na emra say sempo se bibi ni na se wo omampanyin wo ntimi nsan a. Kire nietia wo ntimi nsan. But emekan kire parliament say a man on my passing, no, who work for the Sebi to own the Ansah parliament, whole parliament on passing Brano. You cannot determine how does the president now cast a verdict? Just say, oh, what should we know? I'm so omope, we share the Kufa the China, omope unanimous FC for Nibin a Chile. Because they attempted to write a legal reasoning, but the legal reasoning was flawed. A first year law student first had you know kind of say and then I Kufa do pese ochiri. I didn't know pese ochiri. You know, so it is not just a memono economy no ma bon no mo say no mo ntimi nye. Kwabena, every aspect of our governance processes have been affected by the recklessness, by the ineptitude, by the inefficiency, by the incompetence of the Kufa regime. We need a revolution, a very strong revolution that will marshal the effort of this country to move away from sad distraction, this part of distraction, because I don't think just a mere simple democratic process can move this country away or can revive this country or can move us back on a sustainable path. I think so.
No, but at this point, yes, I agree with you that there must be some positive defiance on the streets.
And something must be seen before the elections.
What must be seen is the positive defiance.
Yes.
The TUC.
Yes, and the civic action, and the people on the street, the boycott, everything.
Say the boycott and everything, no. Any panel we has so much that he is able to penetrate systems. The TUC, you can't get all the leadership to agree that there should be a boycott. The lithium issue, why University of Ghana Teachers Association, they are saying something different. Other university, because now who say UG teachers, now you want to say no, this lithium thing is wrong. I want to no more other university say. So the fact,
are you not able to smartly read between the lines to tell that these people have been induced? How many are there?
Exactly.
You understand?
Okay, in numbers.
In numbers, you see, those are the things. There is an answer or a solution to all the issues because they are not wiser than us. In any case, they are not in the majority. What you are saying. So if they have amassed wealth and they can manipulate a system or systems, for example, look at how they are able to create division amongst people who have come together to form a group, for example, to want to do things against or in favor of the citizenry. They are able to sometimes create in some cases they are true, but my biggest question that I don't know who can ever answer, and they say enti obi kwaji sika na oton ni nyansa no ye wa akire no adan na ye nton koso because ya nton koso it means say sika na nipa ne kwaje ye no enu bi na na wonso oni bakro no wo hwehwe In some cases, instead of thinking about the bigger picture, which will free all of us or liberate all of us from the air cost one, yema almost centralize it and you may be at a point be now won't say they divide you and rule you. What I say? It you know, man san come on now, you know, me the papa. Revolution, it has several meanings. But the most pivotal meaning of revolution, you know, is what word you also use. To be defiant. It must come a time and what's a Ghana focus there must come a time.
Because let me give you a typical
example. There must come a time, say Amisa die. Kopim say you be in a free GRA. Because sike be a GRA biano only can go free at an HD.
Because let me give you a typical example. Because of the lithium issue, no.
Yes.
And Ras and Ansah.
Yes.
Somewhere in Volta region in Kronibiso, a chromo for no mahim for acquire a signboard. Say a bujin upon them crofar by prospecting. Microphone should be on
simple.
So somebody send me the video. I think I have it. I need to look for it.
Yes.
But the point, the point is now
I will help them.
If Akufo-Addo and his family will use foreigners to invade your land,
kill them. Why
people
not?
should just defend their land.
Defend it. That's the best way. It's
so how do I go chebi?
And possess your possession.
And I say abomosu, how na ma me free. Say abomosu nyina ye gold. Mumbu obia dan na muntuni nyina mfa nkwa. Obia nka hwe.
So grow for Jimmy now.
So many video no Sunday me and I was like, well, even if Usube issue the whole Ghana police, I be say obia so defending the land.
Simple.
As a demand for defend our land. Keta for defend our land. We no defend our land. Obia ahemfo no and otumfo aka so ohini bia should go back to his land and defend your land.
Simple.
So a positive defiance that look won't broni bia nsia me prospecting.
Nenka China for gu emrem.
What you say? So but listo Tommy dear Tommy listo mumi enkomo na amudi a raise ade bia ohini bi. JM call a year tour last week no. Is it ohini ba? I will me or
I will win.
It's my hand.
There be na crowd we one for a crowd more production in crowd. Okay, Western Nzima, sorry. Western Nzima Chief Nana Ewilo Kwame. Okasembi Exejo Muhammad. Somehow rhetoric.
Yeah.
Say about to aye kotui John Mahama ubet me protective rules no. Yes.
It is the question that every Ghanaian is.
So let's
we don't through the whole Jomolo. The only market yawa a super a Joe market. Last 4 years we share bo say anka oba my market to be mu aye ni ya mai. And nipa adwon bone enti want to me amaso enti the whole Jomolo what you do obia e fetch na mai sasa ya tsaba no ka wasi no wiemu aboya ho ba tsaba no wie amamu wie na omo mu die anim no na omo ka different story enti afia ba sro pa obia ma na ninda ho na ba no yato na ba no ahoche ya kire nyina nyina fi ni ba bi ni mu na me na kwam nkroma na kana asem so bo se obaba bo na esiu yi a enfa ho to akani so san so mu ndi nukure ya fi we de mu mpa ni di nukure emma Ghana fo nya na wo na ba no mfo bani ya gani ya hwa ba no na Ghana fo nkwa ho chebiom ya da wa se nyago bo shirawo na di kunum we don't free the whole Jomolo. The only market yawa a super a Joe market. Last 4 years we share bo say anka oba my market to be mu aye ni ya mai.
So this is the Asian Axim Nana Kwame Awilo. Ose, I don't know, so simple. Sana nano nkrofo edi animu. Omo ba ye to abawie no mo keka sense bi kire DC fu a enye fe. Na entiase bi anim. Na we de your mama pe nkrofo a on be fi wo mani han. Ahwem ni akai no anwan. Na nkenye adwomboni a ega your mama wi ni. But on the more serious note, na ma hu senka woka. Especially in the Ashanti region. Me mampon tem bia meko bia no me navo for mo ayeso mbeto ama abama John Mahama ne NDC. The question they ask Bobie yakoto na mu because you two wi aye ntimi emagina da kan ho sai me yi anim say ye baba be protect ade no ti say mo anyine mo ho na mo mankrofo we sai esesa ade no. And that has been the conversation, the questions. Yango,
I share strongly in Ohinene Kasa Okan Yini na sa question no Addo'S kwabena omo mta busa sa question ne pa dodo na ye omo a omo afri baby ebeto abama NDC kwabena minim nipa pi ya bigiri se yekokuma ase ya oni obi din koma aya wote se na yeto a mo betimi ahweso na ebi o wa ugu ahomekoko a sigh of whether relief or this cannot be a sigh of relief because it is a sigh of sorry. But sometimes you just do that to water down your akoso in the past and still hope say it could be better than the akoso in the past, because Kara NDC will never be forgiven if abaye kotwe omo anye de esefata a be man kunimdie abaye Ghana fo nyina dia Kara enkomo na ye die no anya NDC nkomo bishia NDC fo na me show mun kran a eya na me pese me mo hu se enye sebi omun kwa na ade ahia omo hwe eyo mine Ghana ena ba bia ye duro no enye party bio. They are very lucky and fortunate. Said they have a candidate on akwa se ni pede enso yen wenenam ne ho akono owo sune ban bia etwedom owo do owo abodo kire owo sabio entati abotre osa wo ntati anyansa enu nti akoye se the way awote no titiri unti ema nipa dom adwen yo mo se ya hwere ya de pa bi na e wo se ye kofa de pa ne ye den ebefie kwabra minimum this fo a e ka omo nko na nka do ma ma e mampani biem da minimum ebia to a certain point a utimu se omo wo yaw bi wo mumu se e ka omo nko krampo no na nka do ma ma free ho na nka kwan abedam ama sabi omo so atimi akopre akonya kese kwabra minim kofo a omo ya ndisi fo all right anase omo ye wolves in sheep clothing odwan a wode pataku a wode odwan enwoma adura ne ho na debia ya me question me busa ni se wa ma yonko entwa nkono a utimi twadu se wa ma yonko entwa anko a wo utimi twaduru ana and some yana me busa me hono. Now so Kwabena, God being so good. Oh say after some time, I don't know if you have realized, say John Mahama be a flag bearer wie ye no. Baako mienu miensa bi a me gidi say wa wotete bi ebi won so a wo de wanimu asem. Oh say watimi ayade bi a aye nwanwa ama asesese no omo nka bom no aye fe. Even though ebinum da so wo me na so po. No two ways about it. Omo ye nipa. But the question is, Kwabena, that's far. How far? Baby, are you drawing? Is it just about the NDC? Is it about John Mahama? Is it about President John Mahama maybe Diana? Is it about Lordina Mahama? Is it about Nipadom Aomoye executives of the NDC? Is it about Abaya Kotoya na wo pe chairman awenya? Is it about secretary na wo kopa awenya? Is it about ebia pulling anamu friend say branch executive election wulusu ye? Is it necessarily about our individual goals ayentimia ateni? These are questions that we are gonna near. I was seeing in Ayebusa NDC for. I have put a plea before every Ghanaian, including Omokrampo Omuya MPP for. By way, I had the most disappointing political party in the history of the world to them. Million MPP for. Omo edi omo re ese Akufo Addo omo di omo ni tone so. Yeah, and dia omodie. Omo busa sa question way every now and then. In fact, when you talk to them over the phone, sometimes personally, when you meet them, the point they want to always stress and they say, Omo nim say bawomia enya dia obetimi abaye mampani si to free and fair election. Omo nim say omo bomu trimu po so mbe wi abanim. Now, Yahoboa and saying sometimes they do that to ask you, say, Muhia Moana. Is the NDC opening their arms to welcome all hands on deck? Because you say Bako Uredua Ebu. That is the point. Baby, I drew no. And NDC Asem Biem. Yes, the only person that can save this country from the mess, Mama. That one. There is no doubt about it. You can have a litany of whatever people arguing from several but the point that Kwabena, everybody must know, they say NDC NAM Amayokua says no or more are presenting such a candidate. John Mahama, one me did say one nam yinano or onim so NDC candidate there, but when him so a Ghana for candidate. And you know. How are we all? Because ye dia woto omo so a Kwabena yamodie ebetimi aba ma ye nyina ye sia fem. Etime so me question me pese me busa ye nyina Ghana fo a ye pese John Mahama be man pani ni say how do we, for example, nipa ye owo mampon ye a wo ka say ontimi nyina ho enhwe abato osui Kwabena say wa nyina ho a wadi ne ho abro wa ye ne ho abro. Because emane nyi say me kwoto ba ma NDC abaye mampeni John Mahama abaye mampeni ana NDC abapawa ye to abaje enwafri sebi ohaw ni abenedie ni abebrese we ye independence number 2 we ye slave master ni ye Ghana ni ene wakwakofa tibonkoso zombi edi nachi ene ono a say na wadi ehwamo awie wakofa bawomi a wadi amian se wono esamra na Ghana for nsu media mia enti no busa wo say would you want Akufo Addo to continue reigning by presenting a face and putting him as a masquerade and hiding behind the mask Bawumia the zombie? Are you ready to be known say we president here Bawumia na? If no, then all hands on deck. This is not the time to be apportioning, blames oh ɛsɛ du ketia na yɛ chairman ɛsɛ du ketia me no sɛ no na ho keka nya me fɛ maka kyerɛ ni pɛn na ho keka nya me fɛ na yɛ bɛtena hɔ akasɛ na ho keka nya yɛ fɛ nti no yɛ da so gu so ɛtwɛn sɛ wɔno mɛyɛ biribi anaa ɔnyere ne ho na sabio yɛn nso so yɛnyere yɛn ho obi bia all hands on deck. This is not a time to say a friend is saying a friend say me nua ba hana bisiu ya to abama ni was sorry akọ tena America o ma etimi da tena ho ha I say no aba me pa cho mami kasa
o ma
say
no kan na me kai was
baba me de me afi na mate ya to abama na America nkwa no ti etimi betra kasa hana bisiu nti no me mama nkwa ya adwuma na dabi oba bia sorry ene ukojoma yen toro ene man eyi chop money etimu betena ho say hana bisi we women organizer omo obo adoma no ema na no ntino ema mo betena ho da bi obi an sorry Pablo o sinto eti ye betena say Pablo sinto ntino yen tena se na youth no so yen ka dem
o mati committee so
eti obi aye de oye but wo a wuti fie committee no nka ho a committee no mass action committee no mass action committee no obi aye leader uni baby uni juma bia dia arise Ghana crampo dia ho yeda ho ye free obi aye leader come and let us all mobilize. It is a communal labor, all hands on deck. It is not about executive way where what the honum obi create me ka say uncle autonom and away hey what onu aka wa oginewu misrew manu sisu na so wo enkwa na say bo ho ban mumie nyina ya nyire ya ho alright na ya nyi tumi ni fi kokokyere kan ne na yonkofo ne nsem aboneyefo abusuefo a oma besi yeso a oma ye esi apinie mumie nyi ya man efri aboneyefo ne adamo ne honhom ne nsem na ya mpire nkọ yanim migiri si ye sa question no ne answer no e wo ye ya ho ye ya ne ebetimi abo ya de ho ban ye ya ne ebetimi aye election no ameki sure say ba wo mi awe police station wa we yakokan aba no wa we obi antimi nsesa no jemensa ye de ya paper aba wa we ne yakeka ye declare jomama president elect one ne hwan a we ti asesa hwan na no me si me parliament house Kwabena a soldier fu edi jemensa achi omo ye aduonu nwotwe na me duru ho na wonim a soldier fu omo di na achi no listo na me nsuma ka me ko ato ho omo kro mu fi
mame nya wemra hello okay all right so anka me pick agbozi agboji Ezekiel says okay so but you are doing your part on radio already so that's it, it's okay. Kofi Don Prayer says Listo is right, it is as if some leaders are working against JM. All right, so Ebenezer Ben Ellis is here, says thank you Listo. Julie Belinda Obri quick one mame nya wemra hello
yes so
what is I
1,000 Ghana.
Were you 10 million?
Oh,
10 million. 10 million.
10 million them.
10 million.
Who get to?
Me pacho your friend say.
Nana George.
Yeah, pacho nana wa ifa.
Asalam down.
Asalam down.
But I.
Urade ni na nwumre domidono.
Hey.
Dada. Because we try ACMG sketch the why.
All
right, okay, so that's it. Live like 100.5. Star 413 has meche another 10 million into Munkang Eja Entum Namomra. Who raise issues about revolution? Yeah, be lead here to a year polls come 2024, December 7th. Then quickly Nasa tape we are meeting ra eba mitrim as to whether the NDC is prepared to protect a year unlawful vote, to let a year citizens vote to count. These who are raising and common konenim that okay, so it shouldn't be only about NDC. Yeah, it may move on. Yeah, wasudi because and then And never boy, they know, and this 4,000 to be.
To be.
Pacha Yanko.
Kwabena, I totally agree. I share the same sentiments. As with Listo. You know, me one of the people I'm maintaining the view say, without prejudice to the NDC as a political party, to the party's leadership, I've always held the view say you jai abandonment NDC from one way you could find in about me about tonight should be over and over again. I think say, you know, the NDC as a political party has not done well to ensure public trust and confidence. Say, party no bit my boy. You vote to home.
They showed it in Ansah Central.
Yes.
Ansah North.
They showed it.
Yes, they did. But
at that
that
point,
was
all hands on deck.
Yes. But as to whether that strategy, when push comes to shove, can be replicated across 275 constituencies. 276 constituencies. It's another thing. Because we've seen so many instances where they should have counted and they never counted. And personally, my fatum also say I have a personal responsibility and a role to play. The same as Listowell, the same as you, the same as any Ghanaian listening to us. We have a collective responsibility to ensure, say, we don't have a part 2 of this saga. Kwabena obebu sound say, Adena Bawumia na ono ye presidential candidate no. Ekufuado ye campaign esen no. Adena Ekufuado na de bia ono na ye campaign Bawumia na dawo.
Try more than
Ekufuado no na de bia just a platform be mount to bia o ye campaign.
More Catholic than the Pope.
It should tell you, say, Bawumia is just a whole vehicle to protect the Achim cabal and their loot. That's all. They just want to install Bawumia so they can protect their loot and also prevent the cabal from going to jail. Anything they could find the mountain platform, Kachire will say. They also ye biawaye. Aka de bako pe. Na de bako aka also ye ne say. Obe making sure say Bawumia be the next president. Bawumia will be elected as president. What is his interest? Ka president Kufuor Bawumia be di 8 years or ko ye. He didn't care who succeeded him. Or se monko to the obe we ni bi abra. Because he had nothing to hide. Say we ni boni e wadi. No osuro ho asotwe nti no. Wo se ono de e kwan bi obefa so. Bawumia ne bedi na ade bi obefa so. Until you say, on my platform, I will say, I will only hand over to an NPP government. My job will only be done when Bawumia is elected president. That should tell you the mentality of these people. But Ghana for you na yajutu mu say, boni Ekufuor na pamfo be dino, enya dia e wo se omofadi. They must pay for their crimes. If they must pay for their crimes, we know says about me they cannot pay for their crimes. Because Bawumia is only going to help them cover their crimes. So if so, and we want to see accountability, more de bia musia moka se chale ko fo de munchi omuntumo munyo se o e kwan be na e be fa so e be chi omatum. The first step you ever to say about your matum and say you better make sure say Abano Bawumia does not come anywhere close to the presidency, and that the next government of the Republic of Ghana is run by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and that is the only way. That is the only way we can exact accountability. That is the only way we can ensure, say, when we sika good them, when two galam say and say, or one kum nipo touch my north, touch my south.
Ablekuma Central.
One more, or my yo mine sika ko gwa brutire. Oma ton ton manager pade en kran asase, oma ton kran asase nyina di.
Omo esika ne bi gu omo dem.
Sankofo ni nyina. Ekwan ba ne be fa so a. Womo ebenya ho asotwe. Ebeya ahyenso de eda ho, se ebeya daachi bi. Obi nso nya kwanya, nya de oman ne hye ne nsa. Obahu so oman no. Ghana fo japade. Oman no etuotua eya. Enti so munya kwanya ejapade bia de be hye nsa no e so mo hweso ye no mo de eboa na Ghana fo di ye enye so mo soa ekogu omo fie na omo ne omo ma ekogu amanone na omo kodi. And this must be a very loud statement. It's a huge and ardent task. We cannot leave it only for the NDC. You jama NDC for nkwa. Ebebu aka yesim. You jama NDC for nkwa ebebu aka yesim. Ghana for this has nothing to do with the NDC. The next elections has nothing to do with the NDC.
But you see, yes, I agree with you to some extent. I agree with Listowell partially. And the reason is that your last 2 laps be wo. So our last 2 laps in the ye young there, ye me and say tie kura no I say eja ye ni obi no edru ho no aye hu bibia enye yi. Last 2 laps ne collating the national figures. Who are the people here NDC AU Suomo? Who is getting what? Who is getting NDC the equipment? Who is buying what? Who is doing what? Then the other line is those going to the collation center.
No,
Kwabena,
that is the strong room.
The strong room.
Listowell, you see, Kwabena, let's not even discuss those nitty-gritty of strategy.
No, we are not. No. And your strategy.
No.
We need. Hold on. We need strategy. Be a discuss because Obian him say yemfa and say train a kayaba. Yeah, the computer ne kayaba. Ghana ni bi enu what radio where Jimmy say on your TV you know when you say didn't say train. Yeah, the computer ne kayaba.
Yo, Kwabena.
And when you secret,
Yes, but yes,
my point is
Kwabena, I agree.
My first point. Kwabena. Abano coalition na wo ka ho asem no ehun hia to say ya to aba wo police station na me am wo police station wo bi gina ho bi Ghana ni am gina ho bi ma yere me ho aye adwuma dwo ma ha ma wen e wo police station the odi afa say police station 1 million ye nyina nim say about 40,000 police stations and across the country odi afa say 50,000 50,000, you know. Polling station A to whatever. I want one community, you know. Say Ghana for but NDC for chidom ne Jomahama chidom. You could not polling station ho. Say ye sharp but one so ye. Ye ni coach ya we say ye hu. Say ya bani ya bo Emma 200 ba omiya nya 3. Jomahama nya 190 dia kano omo aka no nkoche ba omi ade me nsape na yenyina kura ade no photo kura obi antwa bi e mamuma obi anka ncham say e ma ntwa photo.
Yeah, that's not that's not what I'm talking about. I thought you were responding to
Pacho. Don't let me feel I'm not making sense.
Pacho. Hold on.
No, that's not.
I'm raising myself. I'm in church. So on just say you say no part.
Me say. E woni hia me te say. Ye nyina yakogina police station. Ye hu say.
That is not what I'm talking about. Pacho, I'm saying
say ni enya ye dia.
I'm saying chiro mu bio. Me na make am I'm saying chiro mu bio. This is the point. me say ye won crofo mo te fa ko a police station e ma no
obi eje
eba om ho
eba om nyina ho
ye mpese e betu awie ne bedi 3 days ansa no obi abekire pin sheet sana mpese mka so mpese mi nwa ya ni mu nka maka
enti no dia me kan say
because you go to the police station who the wedi be police abano who ya the obehwe we behwe ni de egbe behwe ndi obi anim na fe de ye bobo abani wie na fa pin sheet brass imam 3 days bema
ho na me ka cho say police station ho na pin sheet wo eni sa collation center ho
na me say we need
police station ho no
na me ka say enkrofo a wo na omo gigi bibia de kom at the end of the day no enya sabita fracture ye ya ye 20 e bekwa akwa say fa wo pin sheet bra fa pin sheet bra eye wo mu no omo no bekwa akwa kasem no wo badwam no enti yesra wo mo say omo nsanka pin sheet no anka chem say mam 3 days
no
obi antimi 23 days
ade no ensi
mo enti twa so
ensi a na e wo say police station for na omo mani election no police station for no omo ankasa enye say bia ye de paper number mensa e wo polling station a say ono nko amfa enko kamom e wo constituency level
okay
ye nyina na ye wo polling station no ye nyina ye from union e di abato na ti as vigilante for e di abano akọ constituency anya mensa na yasoma no na mensa akoye akwa ne nkofo akwa di nkomo se fabra na me bedi puli bedi pin sheet na kotro de opese so na mema msika na minkodi kwasia enye sa na be koso enu ntina Jo Mahama in his wisdom said the election will be won at the polling station and we will be going into the ring with our own referee
yo
enu ntina se polling station for ni timi nya sa ahoden no ene ense yo no ejina omo na so yesa adwuma no na ye keka ni nyina bom constituency a afa ya be krokro 274
omo motifa akon kinkan mo bi meka nkyere ye say figures no ebi amantem na nso
I think Listo, we're all saying the same. Listo, I think we're all saying the same thing.
Energized and militarized.
Listo, I think we're all saying the same thing. Sir, I was a Ghana for a boy. But boy, I was a Ghana for boy no. Asu no kesiye no still it asu jina NDC for no so. Asu die kesiye jina NDC party no so.
Kotonton.
Sa kokwasa kwabna na wo de se we yenya yebedi bronya. Kwabna yedi bronya we eja ye so yebe so group NDC party for no so no. Because they hold the destiny of this country in their hands.
So when you say equipment, we need more. Ensiwa.
Edwuma no ntimi nya enkoje.
Ye call asen no free.
Tina say, "Wo dey say ya
call ya discount ma o say kodo to equipment. Na we need equipment no mu a enji sika no.
Enyi sika no.
Na kwabra mo.
Debi na enkocha Listo ni omo nyina
ye ono so ma de wo
the same thing omo nyina party for na omo nyina party na de osuma no de esuma no omo mienu nyina so wo nyina na e di pakro na
o suma obi a
omo nyina
party ye suma banyansafo omo nyina suma banyansafo de suma banyansafo
de omo nyina party mpanyimfo
party mpanyimfo wo suma obi asuma onim nyansa
wo the police station sika ma obi unim say asuma say ade ma no obekwa akodi na still wo de kwahye nsa party ni mu ni makromfo party ni mu nyina police station sika police agent for sika e de ko na akwa ankoduru
say Jo Mahama so ono ade beko
eti na make say
bibia wono ade beko
kwabna ye di bronya wi a afiwe
emfa mo bia
afiwe ye be jai ekufa ba omiom de omo ma se omo ho wi
obi e kom
eja ne ye be so good in this party for no so because they hold the destiny of this country in their hands and we will not allow them to mess
because
with
that two last line no edru wa obi antimi mben ho edi ama wo ntra ho na wo nya de obeye and that is my point that two last line there eye party asem
hwamodie sei
and you as a film when so to be film when if you and I can't tell me say me nkwankwa pray wo police station
John Boadua
that is the point. That's the point. Anyway,
I feel no more says it.
Enti Kwabena, the responsibility there. Ghana for are gradually beginning to understand the task ahead. They know, say, to get rid of these criminals are not going to be easy. Because they say Bobie be wa opre. And omunim say yenye yi akunya ni from to say Kim de aka. Eye prison and aka. Enti ade be onbeye bia onbeye. Enti mu amudi animu no asodie ka stie dam so. Ghana fire ready so better NDC for echi. Ghana fire ready say ade bia also mu ye bi onbeye. But asodie ka sie no wo party for no so. Especially more with the party in him. More taking decisions on behalf, decisions of polling agents, selection of polling agents, voting collation. People will be charged with the responsibility of collating election results. More about musika say mon koto to no mamra munye say no because mo pese ye ni abre na ye petumi no ho na mo pese mo ye business
because
mo pese mo de party
ni business e woni trim so 2024 de awi ni awie enti no ko fa ayarefo pentrom wan wo de ya kasa koto laptop akotoko
mo de koto no ma
ya kasa koto ayi koto pentrom wan fabra na se wo koto pentrom wan no
pen drive no ayi se kufado abodwe
come na enti make say he ye be so touchlight our eyes are going to be very vigilant on and the vigilance will start from the party people. Yes. Is to be on the party leaders first. Kwabena, party leaders first. Yeah, more be a crime and fire destiny in Niagara. Yeah, more be a crime and for money destiny in Niagara. Yeah, more be a crime and for money destiny in Kotu Chacha. Ye mo bia kwa mane koton elections ni enye national executive squad ho asem na ye kan even at the constituency level
at
the constituency level
regional
at the regional level
now you see the best my party for that bull no
come na me say touchlight e be so group sa
party for na
we executive at the regional national constituency ejuma no de ontimi nya so see 2024 mo resign Kotinasi boko enye sa we be tiusa wo de oman destiny e di agro eye kokwasa o constituency kokwasa o region anasa wo te national na e di se munu Kwabena ye any bread e ba be sua wo so no because we are not joking these elections.
We aren't joking.
The fate of over 30 million people lies in the hands of one political party. And it is not by mistake. It is by divine intervention and miracle. It's not by mistake. Nyankopon pese odi party no esi baby. Because Nyankopon na kase hu say NDC nkwan the only party a omo tena akonya so omo man ne ho adwene pa. Sebi. So omo bokron no kura na at least oman no timma kakra ewom
de ndia na ye
enti omo fa kitwe bi no afa no apone kitwa no de ko na womo a omo amaje so omo beton oman no di omo nya oman no kra omo beton adi Nyankopon pesa nkofo ni mahwe ti Nyankopon pesa odi NDC party no si baby ye
achimotans ase no still womo ton
odi party ni si baby ye said ye be ya at least party ni betimi atena konya so for at least 16 years na asserted this country on the path of prosperity. Nyankopon him say NDC nkwane party betima yesa adwuma. Enti ye mo bia nkwan ma ne say sa destiny no. Enti wa wo de national, wo de regional, wo de constituency. Now ba ye ho kokwasa. Bibi be yemu nyina. Bibi jejewu. Because we are going to be watching everybody. And we will mention names. Kwabena, next year, don't tell anybody not to mention names. So we will mention people's names. We will point out people. We will call out people. Because it is serious business. It is serious business. We will call out people. Tejuma no ntimi nya no atwe ho boko, the earlier the better. Ni apo be for the show.
Simple.
Party the power, or party or power, the opebia no, sabi, ofre minister obefa, ofre obi obefa. But we want to save this country. We want to save this country. We need to save this country. And we won't allow anybody to be an impediment towards that particular agenda. And that is a responsibility for all of us. Odi our constituency now who say obiti constituency o din se mu na be ha partner odi frɛ ye ba betna ye ba be bonachi woti regional who so obiti region ho ese mu na odi no e be boa ma party no ntimi wini region na odi fun frɛ ye call us, tell us, we will investigate and come here and come and call all those people out. Woti national house and national obiti ho e din se mu no and that's what man panyin that do ma office who so obiti ho e din se mu no ade no emmo man na call us and tell us.
Me say JM no akra yes obewi am MPP a ono kra.
Call us and tell us.
You
didn't be see any.
Say JM no aso obewi am MPP a.
And that's obe ja bana.
Unfunny easy. Unfunny easy.
Because this elections is a serious business. And we won't allow anybody to toll with the destiny of over 30 million people. We won't allow that. Come let me dash.
Nana Nanka Zongo Development Fund no.
Your friend is saying Omo Zongo Development Fund.
Where
your document are?
Fachem Crawford now Ochina Yenya ho adwuma.
Omo call Mrashebedwam.
Time asunti.
Omo dey call omo dey budget. Omo call budget no. We na e ka ho omo dey call ye. Na page 6. Omo discuss Zongo Development Fund. And omo say during the review the period in review 4 astroturfs with spectator stands and dressing rooms were completed at Madina, Chebi, Fadama, and Walewale. Pacho Chebi, Zongo.
They say Chebi Zongo.
There be Pacho.
How much Chebi Zongo and
Chebi? Now, the question is
Pacho, how much Chebi?
I ain't found a coup for the Kojina no or Kase.
Nima,
any Chebi. I ain't found no deserve astroturf or what stands
Nima
intino uhu akufodo a adwene na da ne tirim no eye adwuma
tinana we no ye be discuss no tena
nyame adwuma
inshallah. Thank you.
Omojoso asitira no munye
ade
enye on se nua ade kra nkedi kan a ka budgeti a fotosanfo de tu dwai ade na edi kan na se nko yi free okra COVID-19.
Yeah, we will come to that point, but agwadifo ankasa omokofa beton anyone momoto omugusu to ana se bia jaya na what is happening to them?
Eniema ni nye January. So on se wo de se de me ka kura no wo mfa be se bosume be enan mu ani ena ayi GPH boss director general of Frey na sem o kan nyina papa no to bi na sem o kan nyina ni se wo hu se volumes a buy import no I reduce kra
sir
na omuso omagigi
when GPH boss
oyikuta Mohammed Bibi dino ba na the ohun ni say won say omuso omay investment kakra na to recover their investment no ide say investment no ye na wo create facilities no nom ne ade na eniema na mefa ho na needed revenue no nya
ho kwafa no
untumi ntua nti wosre ya obisaye yeso onua na say obisaye ade what afichire the one say taxes ne doso because ports no
obusamo semonye den
say bibi wo ho a yeso ye betimi aya abo a
the question was import now perform
So I didn't know. Ako. As I said, they didn't know.
But say omuna say ehunu the reason.
Sentina me. Ba ya catch no. Say the main idea no because one say port no. Tema port wo. Ugo Cote d'Ivoire omo port wo. Nigeria for port. Togo obi. Enti enye wonko na port. Na wo de hwe interlands no like Mali, Niger no ne ade no. Ohwe na se ba bi a taxes no wosoro no ono won fa ne niam fa ho.
Okay, so mo ka kire no so say.
Ya ka kire no se ni obehwe no ayehu bibi. Because ya ka kire se to no na ama na basa. Nti to na ama na basa no won se odwadini bia edigwa. Odigwa se ja ono so benya bibi kakra na ode abo no ho bra. Afi so na dwadie no ya na me president guta president otaka o se bibi a emfa consider emma dwadie mu.
Okay.
Se adwadie ne chenchenchen a na consider ba mu a na e de atete ma odwadini no. O ni sika sika no obetim di akoto bank ama bank na man interest die ntina se o san kofa ha akoto no so na odwendwen na odi atipui na oyesei nti odwadini na afa ha no na saa niema no na di akonsidie ba no niema asan ko de fatema ebeduru a efiri ekotema se kwanwa enso o de befa kodibu a no afa no okofa ka okoda ho akope hotel you see nti these are some of the things but ni nyina echi no so odwadini ni fi se o de niema ne fa Togo na se o de ba na oton no onya bibi kakra na so mu nwono a ada se ne nko de befa tamahabo
yeah
nti na che se enye
my Yenzumi enko the main issue no mu and I'll start with the paradigm me twaba and say 2024 budget reading can oforiata de buy guta more thoughts on budget to be ready and say
yeah bibia e chafa bi anim consultations or no nsem o ye kan ni bia na odi ye adwuma because the kan nyina ne say
ajaba ne ma bisa na mka
ye kan say eto e da yen dwumadie so no e wo soro one enu akire so no e kwan ofa so gige to no e kwan no nye kwan papa so ofa kwan pa no so a needed revenue eso onya no ne nsa beka ene de en me ma o emfato ho emnam omrenti VAT nko a
o de abiem ene de abiem
won ko ba bia wo wiase mu ha VAT ya discriminate eto no je ho won ko wiase ababia mo de mo nche mi wiase ba ko mo na mo ye media adwuma hesisi a otia obetimi afre ayi South Africa no obisa babia ni ho VAT ba ko Dubai 5%.
Okay.
Minimum 5% across board. Yenim Ghana nko ye o VAT chichemu be se miensa.
Yeah, flat rate.
Ye obi a ontua bi kra. Oton de kro na. Ye o de otua a flat rate and ye 4%. And the otua standard rate and ye 21%.
80.9.
Yeah, fast up 22. 3.9 necessary.
O de 22%. Enti e de na kire yen. Nipa kro oton tomatoes. Ana se oton tomatoes e wo konkom. Ena wa bie store kese ena wa fa nipa ena wa dom yen nipa kroton ebia adododie te se minua eti hei nikuoi wo mo ton drinks no ne ade the same drinks na obi di bia gutrago so ton the same thing ontua hei the same drinks na ye nsuo na no obi ton a ono je 4% edi asem na ka kire yen na ye pese ye chese se wiase ma so obi adwuma na wo fa nipa dodo a eya na se enye because you see the chance ye nyina ye koye trogo so adwuma ni enye warehouses enye sa na kire enti ye ya kire mu se ekwan ofa so ogege to no enye enti no onya sa revenue but no e budget yi ba e kan wasem he ma men ka bibi ma mo nsre wo ha ewiase mu a ehin fa na ohiani chade mu misame ewiase mu ha digana nko a he ehin fa na ohiani chade ye bai wo kroma ye si ohiani de wonwe akokosre anso Ghana de ye hiafo anso ye chade bisam se de ntira tax exemption ye de ma a ye nuanom parliamentarians omo ana ka o me nko hobi
yeah
a omo twe ho daare no it's almost $500 million tax meanwhile no
tax
exemption ko a omo twe ho
daare companies
yes almost $500 million meanwhile no sika ye hia no mprempren ya anti IMF obaka kire se wo kwa konum so kura be ka kire no nkire nso kura anom no eno so ye $600 million enti die na ka kire ohia ni otade Ghana for that is how we are ye ni sika but ye chade ena ye mumu ye kobobusia why then let us keep our tax exemption and then be free ni nya busia na ebegie no ene how de be mayin oh me no wo beka wasem meka masem nanso asem a wo beka no me ka me de
yeah
eno na minim
yeah
every say ye kan ko nyina no de omo kan say enye ye nko a ya dwen ena omo befa hwe wo de eyi kakra bi aba efa sanitary parts very funny
why funny
funny
why
can say nchiro o si ade no you are ukruma ena sa zero tax no
how many companies produce it in this country
but build your capacity to a level a betimi aye effective ade na ode ba no na ma policy na ode ba no aye adwuma ama nipa
o kasa build your capacity meaning what
meaning say hwe that person a wo hu ni sa no
yeah
omu industry no very huge na say yenya problem bi aguta ye solve ye na won say omu ba omu package ni ti say bill no omu beduru a na oma are package ena ayi yen loss no e kire say wo ye ni sa na wan hwe ye na contaminate nti ma no na na say yen kura ni bi to a hwe kura na omu to ho agun sa wan no me ade
oh yen na cause sa ade
nti say wo ye ni sa o press ne sa na enti na omo ka se wo de ba wo de lebo no na se ne wa pake na no hihye ne sa mum ne gya no na engugum na ba momu na wuyi aba we mu so enam so omo pay numbers because bibi e light enti wo pay numbers no o press na watimi afa dodo ahye container no ena ne ye ka ho asem eye big industry na se wonim se omo de ba ne ento ade bia eni atofo bia ne yemfa makroma wo enti me da bia na manfo ka se na ade kra ye kra dodo adwadifo kra de dodo bia bi wo kroma na menton ojadi ni de so dodo okoto amode no maja
so obeso ka se a sanitary parts diapers industry no and also na say production here low why
enti me miti
why adentia
oh minia ebia minia no beka bi o me companies no mo yesen ba ko bi na minim o ye nsu o ye bibia ono na o ye bi asa dia kan nyina aye packaging o de ba eno ho packaging
omo manufacture no Eji kofa ba na bia no ne company din brand
no dia no asese no dia good rabam eno dia no ekosi sen eti ade no de beba e ba be fa ase nti obetua to no otua to na be na ade no bu aba fam ade kan no mo to no 5 cedis 7 cedis say 20 dia for 20
means one call parliament ko read all right but they didn't for so bia
oh asama me asam tenti me chafa na wa bisa me na me kan o me nka ana dia wo dia ma me no na me kan wasam me nkoka bibi wa chiri
no this is serious
dabi me kan no kra no
this is serious
enti sa ne ma me ensa maka chiro enu nti guta no asam no ka ye enti no wa but make impact bia me guta ni a me ye dwadini no me so me consumer oh yes so
we free studio how kota de
me consumer me ba se si abetai abaju ye 70 mi nya tai eti me fa ba bi obi ye tai wajim kakra na maduru ai that is how it is eti me say oh asam na ye ka no ye ka eti edu ba bia na ye ma ye dwadifo no bi adwen se bia ne ye pese ye protect obi ne ye bibi keke ma me ma ade ba akoso ya ka bibi aba electric cars so me can say building infrastructure na me can na obisa me say na ye electric cars ɛne yɛama ho yi electric cars no ayi Britain for any America for krom yɛ advanced nations no wokɔ ɔsɛ electric cars no dodoɔ percentage wise no dodoɔ sɛ na wokuro no you see there are some things tina on laws na yɛ gu hɔ no ɛyɛ good but laws no ɛyɛ ababɛsɛ 20 years 30 years ahead laws no yɛyɛ ne ne na 20 years 30 years na me no ni yɛ wai na ɔbɔgye sɛ bia na egu fam na ɔne akyi bi kura na ne nyina yɛ fitaa but exercise pray yɛ wɔ problem I see yɛ sɔfo hwɛ na no me gyina pimpie so bi ɛka wɔ aboso kan ɛna me se me ba aboso kan ba 32 33 years ago no na anopa wo pɛ sɛ wo ho kyerɛw na wo de wo se wusika nyina wadi awie me especially sɛ mako weekend na Monday no akyɛ kura by 4:30 na mo aboso kan because na Cote d'Ivoire fo no bɛba Burkina fo no bɛba Niger fo no bɛba nti kakra ɔmo ba ɔmo to ade ɔmo pɛntɛm ɔsa akɔ nti wo di wo manim na sa wo bia de oni bia wagigi na de ama ɔmo wo ba wie no no anya kakra na de ahyɛ ho ɔmo ma bio de nti na ɔmo ma because ɔmo nya ba bi ɔmo kɔfa niema no ɛno ne boa no ɛwɔ fam ne nyina gyina taxes na de ato so no enti na masɛm bia na me kan sɛ wokɔ Dubai sesi a me de ɔmo yɛ nhwɛso de Dubai asase kura ni wa ye di kwa factories no ya na mu niam e kofa ba manfo fi say ye manufacture no Dubai few ones are manufactured there bibia no e ye ho e ho ye transit point but they have created all the facilities there you have hotels you have a place nice place to sleep a roads bibia e ho no me ade but the economy is times 2000 year there so what are we saying? Anya no paniti o ka say Coca-Cola omkofa be free e ba bi na ba Nestle omo niam na fa enye Kenya na no mo di free ba
that's true
any Nigeria enso the company no na bi wa say it say
omo production call for
that's what I'm saying because you timi ni omo from compete ya baba yi na ban no kan na say ya say tax after production ye nyina ya ni tax after production. What are we producing? Answer the taxi. We are producing nothing. Totally nothing. So,
I'll come back to you. Commander, is it true the Speaker of Parliament residence has been sold? Yes. Natural about on the Facebook page said Daya Speaker of Parliament Timoma Toama private investor.
How?
Yeah. I'm a private investor. Everything is gone. Your friend say, Fancy Pima saying, ya bet your monkaniem. I buy into me to my flower for some you just can no more fanco to taxes. All right, so we have Nana Yajima here on your Facebook page watching us live from Texas. And Nana, that's be but over my memory also budget. Food and beverages industry budget here can kai much ever woman say
yo that's it we share a friend's presentation ne fareba ne a friend is any na no in fact ya my specifics asama ban ne kan ne say what ye soon traders your friend is manufacturers ya kase taxes no was so ntini anhwe na ye hu bibi ntino omo hwe na omo de a friend say document bi akoto parliament enim na ko igudru ho no mo ansem ewo mu no parliament ebebie ni ate na afi no kwan on be fa so betumi so beti so beti tumo ende enim ntino ya kase ye nhwe parliament enim no na che say whatever Parliament will announce, be it in the trading side, be it in the manufacturing side, whether they are going to reduce, for instance, some of the import costs, they are going to reduce some of the taxes, and as some your friend is saying, somebody to Maswa yenim, somebody to yenim. In Tiahono, we are still hanging because which budget no there's nowhere that has been announced there. Industry may say amount. Mati says so apart from giving announcements say certain manufacturing components beba kromo no e be waive taxes no
and electric cars they be waive taxes, sanitary pads they be waive taxes, and your friend is saying
no component there is
the components are the your friend is saying sanitary pads was be waive VAT na also no na what you produce more.
That's the raw materials on the back.
Until na say production a better form.
And I say,
let me tell you, the cost of electricity is almost about 40% of your total production. And you know, if that is so much, now say who will be VAT now? The VAT is about 19.5%. Me will be how much am I left to contend with? So deal with the issue which is more fundamental. The electricity cost.
The electricity cost.
That is making
but right now
unproductive.
But we are paying high tariffs because of the IMF. You know, so it's part of the conditionalities.
But you see, Tembia Mika say you cannot sacrifice your children because you want to borrow money from the bank.
At all.
How? You have children that you have to feed. Bank in a culture say, "O manu ma okomondi wamo 3 times a week, so that I can give you the money." Now we see my job to make ye. Now okomodo ultimate move na. Then what sense does it make to us? We don't need that to detect.
But also need options.
Now options now you don't have. No, look, bring down corruption. Reduce the size of government. No. Now think of one for more unnecessarily dozing out your friends saying taxpayers' money. The leakages that is going on, bring these things down. When you do that, you will save enough money than what you are looking for, so that this country can run on its own. People will come in here and trade. I don't think they be factories, because you per se nkrofoba no be digwa wo kroma. Na ye be factories no, na say only the 30 million people can buy. And that 30 million people, no, you have already deprived almost about 21 million people who cannot afford certain your friends say basic amenities. Into only the 11 million, I said 9 million people who are within the middle income class can still buy these things. And when they are choked out, will the manufacturing go on?
Obi has sent them a message. I don't know whether it is true or say in the US of A, that's America. 98% of Nestle Milo is from Kenya.
Okay.
Is it true?
That is it. Because for them, they don't produce cocoa. So they will import. But if Ghana, Nestle in Ghana is doing well, we can also export to other countries. You see, when you go to South Africa, they have almost about 21 different cocoa products.
South Africa?
In that country. Yes. Chocolate. Over chocolate. One chocolate, that one, 21. Ebia kita different flavors.
Say 21.
21. Ofa na so with the 2 tables so you can tell how many of them. The same chocolate na me fa cocoa tree, but then it has been designed in a different way. Something has been added to. Different 21.
Okay, so
you can get it from one brand.
You need product bi abeka say product we ye no Ghana ha ni production eco high and amount for consuming in the market.
It's only the drinks and water. The drinks and water. Look, once upon a time.
Yeah.
Nido,
yeah.
Sir, if anything, 80 grams was a sachet now. Yeah. How much was the price? It's just 5 years past.
No, say.
Near tono.
But you use your microphone.
Near tono, 1 cedi 80 pesos. And a kitty pano is around 50 pesos. So, and then you have to buy it for 4 cedis, 80 pesos.
Kitty pano.
There be need this one.
This one, okay.
So you have to buy it for 80 pesos. And a kitty pan 2 cedis. 4 cedis 80 pesos and a 2 cedis.
I see.
Nido Milo. It's also around the same price. Ayato. Na kitwa no so 2 cedis. Into baby sound say Nemana keton 80 pesos at the same weight. Na sende. We are buying it for that price. Then there's a question mark over there. Me I always say Look, we have a president and a vice president who have lied their way through till today, and they keep on lying.
Is that what you think?
Yes. Why am I saying so?
And no, does it reflect look, the opinion of the industry?
Look, let me tell you. If I'm a businessman and you come as a chief executive campaigning so that you'll be employed, and you tell me say me bar in now mu producing 1 cedi no, my mama in 150 pesos. The dollar a 3 cedi 20 pesos no, 80 pesos by then. I'll bring it down to 1 cedi. So then I ask myself, the one who is propagating for the 4 cedis and the one who is giving me an assurance of 1 cedi, no, which of them am I going to take? Obviously, I'll go for the 1 cedi.
Yeah.
So when you come and under your friend is saying the authority that has been given to you, na say when to me, anye na say cedi no, and I'm 12 cedis. Now the cost of nyama nka etono 50 pesos, 80 pesos is now selling at 4 cedis 50 pesos because of the taxes that you impose. Am I to clap for you? I'll tell you are a failure. You are a failure, total failure. The vice president, on one they can say, the city has been arrested. The city has been arrested. They keep giving to the IGP. Na sende se city no kina yira into the wedwane. Now all are from 5 cedis 70 pesos at that time. Or yes, I comment no. Now in them it turn 12 cedis.
12 cedis.
As a businessman.
12 cedis
20. So what?
Oh, there we.
It has started again.
We are approaching that time of the year.
But you see, the import is not coming. So what are you telling us? If the import, we are not bringing the imports. What are you telling us about the city? So what is making it happen like that? So if you tell me, say the city, as against Weno, I've done something about it. If the fundamentals are weak, the city will expose you. And these people are still in government. They should have resigned by now.
So which means,
based on their own words, they should have resigned.
Industry no. Now you need cities, baby.
That is a point.
Now they are $5 kakrabi because it's all copper raw materials eba. But I say Obama tax exemption. Our port.
And then tax exemption.
I said or say raw materials
waiving of friends saying VAT no.
Yeah.
Or yes specific. He was specific on certain commodities that you and I will not even go for. Sure.
Bobie chair so that
one sanitary pad. Go down beyond Accra. And even within Accra, the small villages that we see, just Shashin here, go there. When people get their menses, their menstrual cycle, they don't go to school. In Kolano,
yeah,
they don't go to school. Now, so we are obia we walk adwimpadema nkrofo ya. Nanka sanitary pad neighbor duty crapo there. Nka say yes specific. Nkrofo to just 35% and 40%. For these things, pay only 5%. For these things, medical, you select and say it's a medical. In Kaduiti need 40 says, Muntia 5% and not 2%. Then the people will have your friend is saying, share your friend is saying, other problems are also the emissions are. You can say, oh, cars never chromono is creating a problem. In Tibia, I dream Pemono or say, oh, Monfa electric assembly, what the bar, duty free. What the components in the Bay assembly were duty free, no taxes, no offense VAT. But we are with tax no better. But you see, by going forward in this area, Nanka, if it's geared towards addressing an issue, all the 20, 25, 30 years cars, buses, take them out. When you are bringing the buses, bring it for free. And then run your business and pay the taxes that you pay. By this way, cost of transport itself
will come down.
I better conform. But you don't tell me to maintain my 30, 40-year-old car. and then I should bring electric car. Who buys the electric car? It's the rich people.
Of course.
And it's them who are going to buy them.
Of course.
Because you are creating way for you to bring in more cars and sell and make more money. So that we the poor people will keep on being poor. Anytime you introduce a new tax, what it means is that somebody become more poor.
But it seems say I buy no Karimu next year or the more. There is no way or
next year no anything that you do at the time of your policy implementation will give a reflection of how we're supposed to go. In the trading community, if the finance minister has announced, say, I'm going to increase VAT and I'm going to increase the cost of particular tax. Nka that no we any presentation.
Yeah.
Oko marketer when the prices are sure. But he was silent on that. Silent no no. He said, I'm going to recoup 11 billion from the market. Mm-hmm. How is he going to do that?
Taxes.
It means taxes will go up. So, a smart way of making the announcement, but then we are going to suffer for it. Then on the next day, I hear Parliament, 450 something million is being asked to be waived. Sasikano. Sasikano is half of what you are looking for. Exemptions, no, is half of the.
You have the companies. Any for companies.
Some companies genuinely would have to be given that exemptions.
Mm.
We must give them. But when we make it a blanket as a business that people must benefit from, and therefore you do anything, then there's a big problem there. The question mark is who and who are benefiting from. So are there no. I sat here in your studio and I told you some time back, says most of the 1D1F factories na you asked me to bring you the details.
Yeah.
The details is what the finance minister himself has announced. Konakwaji's figures, I always say most of journalists in this country, they don't work for the information at hand. They should go out there. You go out there. Send people out there.
But when you say that, you are not being fair to us.
I said most.
Yes.
I'm not saying everybody.
Yes.
But some are not doing what they have. See,
but even with them, no crano. Look, they say Chroma assassin information, very tough.
See,
look, Joy FM,
in the budget.
Not Joy FM, just information on frontiers. That a company in Nigeria came to Ghana to work or make a profit, say. Ghana Benya say. It took Joy FM to go to court.
Why should it be so?
Why should it be so? Me go pay information about public.
Mm-hmm.
Then as a media house, just me bought a car. Echo court.
You see, 400, over 400, your friends saying, one deal in the factories. Munji list, go out there. I'm telling you, almost about 40%, and I say 60% of this manufacturing sector, no muka say, they are not working. Some of them, sword cutting, acronym, flamboyant, your friends saying display of your friends saying, putting up a factory and everybody is happy. The very moment now you put the up, now you opening ceremony, you go back there and find out when the factory was open, how many your friends saying, and I say capacity of production, and on my year so far, some of them are not even working.
I see.
You see, this time I'm telling you, the list has been mentioned in the budget. They are there. Go and find out one by one and tell the world. So what they said, does it really exist on the ground, or it has been said in there?
Winning, Mama ran down, baby, our boss no bill. I want to.
Most of the 1D1F now here can.
Yes,
it doesn't exist.
You know, Sky-free Exim Bank, no, mewa.
And one.
So why are you telling us
and
that?
I'm also telling you, so most of the people who opened up these facilities, some of them have closed down. Because if 100,000 is dispensed to you, $100,000, is given to you. They will give you $700,000. 30% goes into somebody's pocket.
They give you 70,000.
But you still have to pay. No.
Hold on.
$100,000.
Dollars.
100,000. You take 70.
Uh-huh.
The 30% goes into somebody's pocket. You will still have to pay for that $100,000. How are you going to do it? So those who took that money, some of them have hoarded that. Are you going to ask them to pay? Or that money is gone, taxpayers' money gone? We are paying this money at the port of entry. They are taking it in.
This is crazy.
So this country, we are being shortchanged for whatever we have done. I don't know. More journalists, no, you are the medium or the faith exist. You people can put information out there. When we come out here and say something now, you are supposed to tell us whether what they said is true or lies. You have to do that. So that when people are coming and they are saying something, they will be sure of whatever they are talking about. There are so many things that are going out there that has not come to the public way.
I'll come back to you. Mamenko Miniam Ponsaso. Your friend say importers any other front no. So this budget muhu
may assure say at this moment may too different from opinions that have been expressed here so far. The Ukraine say me as an a freight forwarder, me as a business person and importer, me as a freight forwarder, and I say where there are a bar, nimpa be clear. Obi be clear, obi benya bibi kakra akofi. But the long run, I say, ye de buy in fason kobaso Emma Obiano. Na name my end for so ben also. You see, a clear cut many penny in an for a casan. Diapers, ye ready budget. Me who diapers pattern I'm starting semester. In this country, it is only one company into production of diapers.
One.
Only one.
Abosa.
May catch
one
in this country. It is only one.
From Accra to Boga.
Anywhere.
Boga to Bro Savlugu back to Cape to Volta.
Only one.
Oti. One company.
One member company.
Oh yeah, of course.
But Kaswa Kwan.
Don't worry.
Oko Kaswa Kwan. Oye diapers. Oye nsu. Oye sanitary pad. Inti whatever.
And you even 2, 3.
No. That is the only thing they do. They bring in rice, they bring in soap. A lot of things together. But their production house, Sebano, Panty, they are the only people who do it. In investment, government, and now waiver government food or they man. Why not they man? Why are we tickling ourselves and laughing? Why not that?
Okay, so let's pick some figures here. So local industrial 1P. What shall bet me are your production base?
Oh, the production say your cassette to feed Ghana on to me. That production cannot feed this country.
Greater Accra region,
me sure so bet to me. Me sure so bet to me. You see, I sit in the port sometimes. Me trust me share about 3 or 4 months ago. Many Bearman by engineer Eric Wadafor.
Yeah.
My friend around 1:30 a.m. Na Bank of Ghana eba be first car port. We share the security detail that came to pick 2 containers of money out of the porter. There and then the catch a poor security and say Ghana is security services, Sebi. It is not intelligence driven. We be far container unmarked at 2 a.m. and then you run into the port at top speed with 12 V8s to pick 2 containers. What are you doing? If I'm an armed robber power, you've given me a reason to stage up for you. This 12 V8s are running into the port to load. Me no yesika na dey bufu legu. Eka Bank of Ghana for debts. Na mo dey brain so mo aboka no. the full on there, dema cars. These 12 years that came to pick 2 containers. I can't be. If we are supposed to take the share over here, this information I'm de Babemao, minya on Ghana Port and Harbours Authority for a page. In the year 2020, Temaport received 1.2 million containers. Temaport alone. In the year 2021, Temaport received 1.5 million. And this growth, if we all remember 2020 COVID importers bebre ejuma ekechiri. So in 2021, a lot of import was done to make up for the things that were not brought. Guess what happened in 2022? We went down to 1.2. So 300,000 containers are nowhere to be found. They didn't come through our ports. But yes, I'm back on more.
What 2020 before 2020 figures no?
I have it from
2019. Yes,
2019 containers.
Okay, so give us from 2017.
Okay, so from 2017,
yes,
956,000. In 2018, 1,000,007. In 2019, it went down to 1 million. In 2020, it went up by 1.2.
Even in the COVID time.
Even in the COVID time. The COVID time, it went up because now you have pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies, a certain opening for them to ship in a lot. So within that period, no, it nobody buy massively with pharmaceuticals.
Okay.
In 2021, that's when you be a coin for importers and beverage companies to start working properly. They made up. It went up to 1.5. In 2022, when they say that the economy was taking shape after COVID, no, we went down to 1.2 again. But from September of last year, we had already gone past the bridge of 1 million containers. In November, as I speak, you do 1 million. People are bringing in things, but people are bringing in things not through our ports.
Through the other,
they find other places. And me say we didn't say me can't, because truth is me catch obe pan wa kwa kochi ma fe for mu nye adwuma. What sense does it make? Say you did duties, and me, I still don't get it. 3 years after COVID, we are still charging COVID as part of our taxes. And this COVID now you're charging your port. VAT you bet you flat rate. More you bet you 21.9, which is 22. COVID. What is COVID doing there? What is COVID doing in our duties? I've sent Kwame a summary of the duty charges. Put all our duty charges together, and as much as 80 to 92% is what we pay as charges. Why am I paying? What is AAU? What is AU doing for me? What is ECOWAS doing for me? What is Ministry of Health the disinfection fee? What is it doing there? Now what charging we now we are here? You will pay VAT. You will pay VAT on network. Network na yedi ye ejumano. Who cheer for the network? Yes, I charge on network VAT. What kind?
Okay, Kwame. So put the tax components. No, put it here for.
What kind of country are we building? And what can obedient baby? And last time Obi catch him say, "Wo ba radio o kasa, you speak against the government." I'm say, listen to me. We are in our core hospital. Yare be anyway a subscribe to NDC member.
Yeah.
Yare be anyway subscribe to MPP member. Yeah. We are. At where I sit as a business person, whether you are MPP or NDC, unless usunyes can be at the share one pass. But so far as I'm concerned, minyes can share me pass.
Obia send me multi choice for receipt. I got remote control, COVID tax daso.
Yeah. Remote control.
Okay, so we have the tax component here. We have the import duty, import VAT, processing fee, ECOWAS levy. Yeah, ECOWAS levy now come on.
Yes.
ECOWAS levy now, what's the 70 for how long now?
Oh, it's from Jerry John Rawlings time. It's
but they have been increasing it.
It's ECOWAS levy a part a dada.
Yeah.
Part of ECOWAS, but I don't want to come home and as a state.
No, that is
See,
but
that was the process. Come on, harmonize ECOWAS taxation. Senebeya in across West African zone
to use the same currency.
The same rate.
Yes.
Okay. So
unfortunately, we don't know what is happening.
We have network charge.
So far as it's benefiting
on your okay.
You know, near Kosro Krana or Gia no.
But the question is, how many countries are paying the AU levy and then ECOWAS? Ghana was the first to implement it. Has the other countries followed? If they have not, it's better we take it off our books.
Anyway, so let me go through the other ones. So we have network charge, network charge VAT, network charge COVID-19 health.
Yes.
Till taxes no your network charge.
Yeah.
Network charge VAT. Network charge COVID-19 health.
And there's our network charge
NHIL.
There's our network charge get fund levy.
Inti yewo jo srenum gra srenum fi srenum.
Where do you kind of Joe srenum? Oh, free.
Gra srenum. Okay, so we have Ghana Shippers Authority SNF fee, import NHIL, network charge NHIL, 1% withholding tax on import, GHS disinfection fee.
That's for Ministry of Health.
I see.
Ghana Health Service.
Then they have Ministry of what? Multi IDF fee.
Ministry of Trade and Industry.
Ministry of Trade of IDF.
So IDF special import levy, 2%. Ghana Export Import Bank.
That's the Exim Bank
levy. Ghana Education Trust Fund import. Network charge get fund levy. Inspection fee. African Union import levy. COVID-19 health recovery levy. Okay, so taxes we know one financial
kra. And you see me as a business person, I've just sent Kwame, your producer. I've just sent him the rate for each of these taxes. I'm hoping we'll project it to now calculations now. These taxes are yeji. It's amount over 50%. Into trading we could dija or bana. Kaka no de ban wujin 50%. No. Oh yeah, obesisan CD back to dollar to go back there and get these same things back into the market. Into a bank is saying na ye tumpon crow. Why do we do this to ourselves? I keep asking, say, waivers. It looks like they don't consider menewon ye from ye. Hey, no credit say Cocoa Board for scholarships a day man. Mr. Bissau. Cocoa farmers and him na enjoy from that. It is a rich minister be a bushieni, MP be a bushieni. Cocoa farmer no da cocoa Diana Sena Ordon. Omumu semba nenya sadewi. More the electric cars eba na mama waivers. Good idea. What is our power situation in this country? How many charging avenues? How much are you?
No, but Obeka say, if the more they allow people to bring in such cars, then which means a Bema for so a business idea to create charging centers.
So you see this?
Then you are creating jobs.
No, the point I am coming to, which I'm a melody and kabeti I say, wo babe create charging avenues for cars to charge. Me fear me team me wabontin the whole day. And you may na ebi me yere ne me ba be do fee. Ebi I buy 5-6. Meanwhile, I am buying power every 2 weeks of 500 cedis. Intinim pro cracker na onam kwan so no. Ahin no betua.
E ba se ndio ono emfa no.
So this is the point I'm making. When the finance minister was giving the speech, he made it look more presentable to commercial cars. Into lorry fare beko for man beko so. Let's be honest. Nimpa say ne betumi ato an electric car what the man is on use commercial car. And when our road itself lorry kwan ankasa enye road ready. The last time many police been a rough interaction or stopping me road ready certificate. And unfortunately for him, baby are not stopping me. No. Baby or no jana or no are stopping me. Ebisam for me road ready certificate. A quite no jana to me bisan. Does this road look road ready for you? No, now what you mean?
Is it ready for that?
Is it ready? So why will I pay for road ready certificate? Why should I pay? You see, in the port, when things happen and we start talking about it, your unions and your movement, into be or why, my young crime to me kind of credit that in paying our duties, one charge a year, I still don't understand. Ghana Shippers Authority levy.
Okay.
What are the Shippers Authority doing for importers? And this thing, you and I have discussed it before. If shipping lines put together in a year, ransack from Ghanaian businessmen a minimum of $550 million. And yes, it is so. $550 million illegal payments from our Ghanaian businessmen. Now, Shippers Authority, why are you there as guard dogs? Me kakra minim say guard dog no Bobie me fear enemy my brabo ho ban. Na guard dog go ya to no ono bie pon ma for mom be wiai. Why do we pay you to facilitate a wrong job in our midst? Why should I pay Ghana Shippers Authority? In this thing Amodiaba, which we have paying of your friend say Exim Bank. When importers are the ones literally sponsoring Exim Bank to work, this same Exim Bank seems not to agree. Thank you.
Obi answer new message. Musa say, "You talk electric cars now. You charge ya ni betua."
They say, "You will pay more. You will pay more." Say, "Yeah, they are charged, but betua more. Betua more." Was ebe you who say rated the bema those electric charging areas might be a little higher than what you and I will pay on an average. It's other than cost when you see before. Me say when the government was raising all your taxation wage man, me name agree no margin. If I am paying VAT on a commodity and I'm paying as much as 15%, Bonnie Bang.
Even with the VAT component,
yeah.
Make us say, with the kind of import arrangement now, we say we want to protect industry. We charge benchmarks. That benchmark, and yes, ABR, defining the sources of our industry. Nyamana wo dia ba no.
Yeah.
Aban eto free wo ho asan aton ama. At the rate that they find on the internet.
Nyama wo dia
ba no. Obeto no the rate.
Nyama be sa.
Import no wo dia ba no.
Import we
bia wo de be bia.
A benchmark no e affect no. Ono check wo internet no so. Wo to we $1. Na say internet no mo ton $3 or say that na wo to no $1. Intino Sadia, it does a 2.5, and I say the same $3. Forgetting say manufacturer no at the amount, at the price because of the volumes that you are bringing in. So they buy and sell it back to you. That is the essence of the reference and benchmark value. That's the way I can explain it.
So
now,
which means
if that money is collected,
so they're okay no. Then it's another form of even stealing from the people.
That is
yes.
It. You see, it's an illegality.
Because member source, it will be a China. Me call China. No, it's a member source in Intino. I'm able to get at the year $2, $1. Because I'm also taking into account say me flight in a bar, me flight at the Abama and Yamano so me treat your home Kenya, they are shipping any other day. So they give it to. Ebedru a wo te ase wo wakọ online ko hu se eye 2 cedis. Enti ese metua $2 ese metua $1 nka ho. Enya sa.
Yeah. My member a very good example.
You pay and then they do the calculation. But you see, when that money is taken, my problem is you said industry is suffering. We need to safeguard them. And you know, we need to take this money so that you cannot compete with the local industries. When you take this money, it goes into consumption. Straight. It doesn't have anything to do with industry. So why are we doing what we are doing? Over medicals, Uncle for hospital, yeah, breyenya in droning ton.
Yeah.
Even when you go with the insurance card, you better throw a drone koto. It doesn't cover some of the medications, and it doesn't cover some of your friends saying treatment number maono. And you know what must we do? In Kasa, 15% na year charge, you know. NHIL percentage in saying take 5% from there and put it on HIL, and let the cost of medication goes. My friend saying medical insurance no and cost through, and everybody can walk into any hospital, get a fair treatment, get the medication that is supposed to be given, and walk away without paying a peso.
I see. Remember back to Aposa.
So there's this pattern. I penny ekase. I wanted to give you a classical example. Obito, it was a Cadillac, or torn accidented. Unyana $12,000. Or abrocho, I saw to the transfers and it went through the bank. When him say Cadillac ne buy no, they use the benchmark value of how much that Cadillac is selling at $55,000. Oh, no, modi ye duty no.
Matter accident car.
What ton or
$30. Cars, Japan crackers or the banner. A BO $300. Cars are no. Yaris no money no pipe show money bo. Ask them the cost.
So the problem no $400.
No. So you see, no crane no why yeah mouse akwan ma wonka. Me say that's 55,000 me the receipt e kan ho me ya appeal.
Matter accident car.
Ya yen fi me.
Me bedru ha. Now wa call like a car no name state no.
Thank you.
Say there omo ton name state no.
Sometimes
na e bedru anim na esam no.
Almost the dealer's value. Omo no e fa say bi aka no ye manufacture ne boy bi a be say ye see from tier rubber no. E bi a be say $90,000. No matter say year na wo de buy no. No more devalue kakra.
Thank you.
Sometimes that is what we cry omo ye. And yes, I benchmarking po.
No, but
so
GPH boss now our frame meeting now or catch them.
I was about to go there.
Okay, let's go.
So some meeting now of frame. I said the papa shed them. Na ye ba baby sana se. So deka. Na wasuma neba. Okwa catch and say papa ni ho. And so na papa ni shed them. Why would you call the importer? Say I then and your man koso. When you who sits at the and when him the funny scenario after the omni importers no meeting unim the omaye, they have rather upped the GPHA charges to up to 60%.
We meeting in time.
It was in I think August there. Yeah, about August, July there.
I know Mubusa mo say e dey na ekoso no nti no munyo musika ni no. Omo happy up to a maximum of 60%. Based on what you are bringing. When you sure say GPH boss now you don't need many few no. If we be in common now.
No, but see so you
because it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense at all.
I think they must discuss is where ukra wa values amawa values no odwen say ebro they was saying the mouse. Now person will appeal. And yeah, baby, a chair one young honey son. And yet your amount values now be corner.
Yes.
Or sissy say men coho. Kojiari.
Sisubia, the all kinds.
Mako family near Maba. Bedroom port. And your money duty is saying customs for and a determined duty. Or mama me values be. You see there be. And your man the way I'm calculation no more any year. Inti mo achire na mo sisi ne yie na mo ma me values a metimi ene me nuama ne nuama me ko fire ne bo no ese na me ntua o se there bi say men concepts hobiem ko GRA enye GRA kura ho ko GRA board
adendia
board na otena se bi a once a month e bi a watena se Addo'S a bi a twice a month
adenti
omona
no adenti why the board
no so na omonye technical people
they are politicians they are
thank you enkwasi afobi ni asese omakogo then only pakro na ode ni importer no wono kura asase me de asem na ko board no ho no e bi a making
ebejo
say e be frɛ kura say bi a odi otram pattern say sushefa yemu a yem frɛ no wasem no kura be ka ho
and
amishadayo
mean trying to know we'll let our could do board the wisest thing that should have taken place you bet they will hold on to your things no would you agree when demorage that or container so and also change
because
shipping lines are charging you as much as $180 a day and almost rate no any Bank of Ghana rate too.
I see.
Bank of Ghana say omureta you see 11.9. Shipping line be charge you about 12.5.
It is
demorage charge no. Oni ga wo ne di agro.
Now mo say ayi e dia ba.
Yes.
Thank you. You be auction no. And you see that's the part that be yaba no. That is where my pain is. Say duty na ye de ma wona wentua no is the same duty na de be auction container nkan ha adwo. Se container na 100,000 when you bet it so na auction you turn the 25 and 30,000
in some cases 10,000
so when him so bet part about last 4 or 5 years papa be the next 5 buy or buy no em so one now anya the calculation
it's a serious conversation
boa ne ho time or you ready or didn't see come agent no it was normally it was I think the 58th day you be a system name be by the 65th day gapoha now be to next side for deco what yaton gate na nim no board ya akwan ko e no sign in the car by because the abone kana to enfaso mbaso and there are a lot of Ghanaians who have suffered this pain last month one man at the Mercedes S-Class by duty your board duty man no or sign order you shipping the car ko omo sign fan ko because would ya go na uja wa ha obi befa obi betwi
obi omo brother
the man asked they returned his car.
You see those guys some of whom are friends drive no all those cars are cars people
auction cars
people sweat
man for
yes.
Auction cars. Some of the young and check no bill and check because obi papa team free. I said this thing when they papa you say yeah or she pay the car back.
This is too bad.
So within the port system no the issues in them. So if it is only tax they be ni ebe mo maya ye ka Dubai e krobi enye ye da.
Nanso ya na VAT by the way.
Only you know
VAT me ma go Dubai for almost 22 years now. We started to go Dubai 22 years in it.
Really?
Go Dubai kro na new half ni enye half na ho nyina ya nya.
Omo duty system no for.
Cry.
1% to 0.7.
0.8.
0.7.
And the other no do omo timi here.
Have duty.
No, money duty is true. Next thing.
So I don't know much me.
So you see,
I don't steal the money.
No. Baby, omo di akoshe no. Omo taxes ni nyina was service mu. Ukodidi. Uji wani, baby a uji wani awura fi ho no na watua tax no. But baby a be ma adwuma na tumpon no, you don't pay anything.
Oh, they don't.
Mami central. Bibi a obema wa sere pa. Me call Dubai. Some few years ago, now who you sue landline internally, you don't pay anything. Eti una mana timi wura san kama wura mo hayi, mitimi fa mo telephone na mitimi dia call bia internal.
Yeah.
But who ye kwa bagana. Fiu na sa. Who ye ko baby fiu na sa. But internal no to facilitate trade or to facilitate adwuma no. Sa na o ma ye o system no.
Business and communication.
Sa what ya?
Yeah.
Ahenti telephone nti say ukwa udru hotels are front desk telephones this is yours you can pick it and make your calls internally ebia na wadwuma bi upese niam na mra emegu yamfa megu honom ne o fire na o kasa but who ya kwa outa na sa.
Anyway, but members, so at this point, what is the way forward? Ansah, just 1 minute. What is the way forward?
So
because
you see,
it seems like now you guys are stuck. Dollar no, and ya dear back from an then the port duties back from beverages for them commercial 20% excise duties, taxes be year free. Then good for also say kaya. Which me airport woni ye maya na enema no aye de buy de bakrum beton no so no but yes the situation yes you can
just so that
yes
conversation be clear
say
na boxes no friends container no the friends statistics no statistics the number of containers eba afibia no as at the time 2016 2017 construction no to open the air course no na nipa na omode shifa na omode nioma bagana ha no na omo ba ebi wono ma in about 2 weeks na untimi medoke
what choky
no and just the choky so na your debt no
yes
to receive larger vessels no na so what they do is they base at anchorage and exchange.
What you say?
You be here go kitu emu.
But however, na bebre no egu ho.
Yeah.
Okay, to enum delay.
Yeah,
delay. And His Excellency John Mahama ehun se no. Ade we ade a sika is a cash cow. Why don't I open the port widely enough to get many ships dock at the same time? And now, yes, our contract, there were so many issues. In fact, I picked him on. If you Google, you see a petition to His Excellency the President. Me and petition. Because at that time, not MPS. Because we saw the contract had so many issues. But that notwithstanding, no.
Mesre, this MPS conversation, Mesre, say Benya Bre, I can't wasem. You see, truth is, Gapoha was the one leading the bidding. He had received, was shortlisted 2 companies. Omobesi, the same term but with higher quality and a lesser cost. But suddenly, it switched to MPS. And MPS manages MEX. MEX is the biggest importer of way into this country. So when that switch happened, a lot of it had to be signed within a very short period. So one area of difficulty as a freight forwarder I still have with the contract is if MPS is not ready, Gapoha on its own cannot establish or expand any other port in this country. These are things we need to look at. Gapoha na collateral for the MPS contract.
Yeah.
It is a 30-70 contract. Bobie J, they say MPS. Amwa Gapoha. Gapoha cannot receive Gapoha for workers' echo strike. They are receiving less than 10% of inflows of cargo into this country. Meanwhile, a contract here 30-70. So it would only make sense to say, Wobema, a kind of Gapoha for him a meeting. A kind of Gapoha for him because MPS is not giving Gapoha what they are due, but Gapoha can't talk.
Anyway. So, Kwabena, I was trying to mean say, so after the opening of the port now, now due to nonsense, some no crana. I said that but now escalating to baby Adri. Na ubia ni cheha. Kwabena him say in Kofu to me the Neoma Bedru airport. They pay nothing. No my goods in transit. The cop Burkina. The cop. Na
wa kofa fru odi aba.
Pacho we enti we o ka check no for that say onko sua nyansa. What did nothing.
Anyway, I'll come back to you guys. Of agreement, Messi Aba, me yeah, Jumaki to Abiaba. Live on a 100.5 Citizen Show. Make our man for say, CMG sika achede star 413 hash na me first winner wa ha. Hello eja
Commander Boham
wafa ne form
and then my fan from
yayi shegobe aboma ma say
500
this weekend here emuye I need to offer the form. I need to offer the form. Your friend say, you ma oh hefa.
I'm Ablukma.
Oh Ablukma. Ne Ablukma for offer the form. You might have asked me Koswana echa CMG sketch there. Me pacho Kwame why na see debut. Why not say debut? Yanko last one. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. Now the woman say Friday. Yeah, Friday. Big bonanza no. To be honest, last week Friday, the football no near Mantino. Ena yentimi anye amamo. But monka who say we be ye jena super. Ye be ye edi amamo. Me pacho mamenka one go. Energy drink and one semencho. Wango energy drink and one semencho. Wango energy drink. I na one say ni pedua ni hia hoden. Wo ya adwuma wa bre. Eso boosti eye ahoden kakra. So ho na wo hia energy kick. Na wango ene ye Ansah. Ai. Wo say jata kesi simbo bi da ho wa hunu jata no a enye wango energy drink ai wase kwajo energy a drink na enom ye no adrobafo so ho adrobafo a school for mo amoye mirikatuo ball boy munum bi na emma mo ahoden pa wango energy drink wase sese de ye no a ena adwumefo akuafo atuagu so na vitamins ni B3 nie B6 nie B5 nie B12 ni nyina wa packet ena egu sport silver bottle mu ya ofre no wango energy drink ai Ghana for munyi bia FDA agiatum ye de omo ase bebre afei eya school kase pompa eya ye friend St Andrews SHS omoje enkoda form 1 ai omoje enkoda e form 1 enti monhye den so wo form 2 form 3 no so wo mo akwanya da wa opese oba ne ba omo edibeba no na wose akwada wa wie GHS ye opese osua eye general arts, business, home economics, agric science, general science, visual arts, and the kika hono. Baby a eso do any call St Andrews SHS. Or say one more ewo teshi cheblo. Last stop from 0546 048 332. Me bosso 0546 048 332 and now 0249 832 015. Na also one more makasa. Afei de anika na akono na efe your friend say Seahorse 50-50 engine coolant ya aba was a ball engine no buy from overheating but engine no buy na afei de radiator tank na go fasem amre but engine no buy ntimi nyini enche ema was a ball engine no buy na ofuwa no wan to bebre bo engine no ban na car na kwa su nya fe na o ka kwa yese mensa na ekono prada me pa cho ni nyina ne ye eya Seahorse 50-50 engine coolant ye na Ghana fa agiatum omo won Grace Maudo 3367 coolant ena 1090 coolant wose Ghana phone tuturu mikai monkwa gibi omaimu asoya wodom tonton cars won yema de obenyam de afri ho wose lubricant shops ko na kwajibi from 0244 577 559 tie 0244 577 559 and 0540 424 386 onsa ebetumi akomo ma memfa wei ampeo so na menka sɛ Tabia Heba Center osholala sembom na dasui na de ntia meka nsembo a meka amanfo agye atum Tabia Heba Center ne sɛ no wɔse wanum ato honam ya oya ntumi ne dia Tabia Heba Mr. ya numbi ɛna afei so Tabia Heba capsules ya wɔde aba sɛ ye no na wɔn constipation ye mu atuo atimu na wosisi mu ka odwe onum bie no wɔse na ɛboa paa enkoda woni mfirihyɛ du godwen nom mama tan so ya mama nkoda no fo mama mfa monsa enka okanshi drug lane ɛna obehu wɔn from 0243 686861 and 0245 749206 na mesraw enko emma nkrofo nkase ebia mankasa yie na Quick Credit Investment Microcredit Limited say wɔn gusu a wɔn bosia no hwɛ ne fɛ na hwɛ na kono na tu fie ne de bosia to awo wɔsi deɛ na ohia amanfo pɛ startup loan ebi pɛ emergency loan ebi pɛ salary loan working capital loan existing business loan wɔn yɛ ne nyinaa hwɛ wɔde sika ba bɛboa nsi ho ketewa bi enti yɛ from Quick Credit wɔ sɛ ne dɛm no frɛ wɔn ɛwɔ 059 69 20 833 tie 059 69 20 833 wɔse na ɛyɛ ne tua no ɛyɛ flexible paa ɔmo nsɔre ahomakye megyina wo so deɛ wohia ne ɛyɛ wo ID wodi aba nom no akasa wokura Ghana card ɛno ano no wate yamfu ya ne nkyerɛ hɔ ma back to the studio live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show but of our agree that person can me quick one then let's deal with the 24-hour economy near running it up but quick one now I'm so person be source on this budget issues
your friend saying other presentation in the budget for the farming input I'm say can be say bobusia na wo de kwakoye farming na yenje your friends say interest bia nti obenye sika no akwakoye farming asan ababetia mrepem am say ho no a very good your friend is saying caption or mention here no na fe no ye hwe poultry sector no so a o say ye behwe na ye ma uska na odi aye sa niam no ayenje hu interest bia no but there are other issues ekuma eno no say yan hwe ne ya address this issue na ebeboa ebeha adwin pa the feeding cost and the cost of chicks that they buy before no they were buying 80 pesos at most 1 cedi 20 pesos per chick and then you buy 12 cedis per chick into no say you're very careful. Depending the type of birds are whatever. No? But the normal friends saying broilers we are a by. So yeah, into the cost of feeding and a big issue among pharmacy. And this facilities are who resume birds and that's way out of war. Nka to me a slaughter ko keep you know. And no ho. Into no say wo birds ninya 3-4 months na saa time na so ton omo a na se went to me anton pe then the cost of feeding start going up again na saa chicks no babet to price no wesan say o more feeder na there be intino me can be say e say enya storage no the cold chain no is not there. We need to put these things in place. Say farmers no to me yes na they can then go and store at the appropriate time. We take it for within a period. Now, you know, won't pay your friends and akukwa enya no still ubenya and freshness. I can say my imported ones in bay. Then there should be an alternative friends and solution to that. In Tihono, a social no omianina oshemukana because I just idea a be hard and I near man of course I feeding no nina bro. We must up our production. So, and I say in your target beer, you did see and say in the next 2 years, 3 years, no, we can do these things, achieve certain targets. Unfortunately, no, we have announced it, but there are no targets set for certain implementation. No. Into Ube when they say, oh, yaka, if you also cancel the timeline to 2 years, me yen for 2 years. Into 2 years after 2 years, no, what then happens? Oh, if you say, oh, into we yen is before some implementation, no crab starting. Now the next budget is coming. So whatever you announce obey, then it has come to naught. Into no, yen share 1 year pa. I'm saying these are some of the areas. Yeah. Now in Kwabena Moti, a friend is saying, departments and agencies, and look, we have very good qualified people there. Qualified people, but when the politicians come, they begin to think different way. I don't know why.
Are you serious?
So, and you know, they should give them the chance to do what they have to do. Omunim, Yakokrom statistics is geared only towards only one thing: how to improve people's life. Now, unfortunately, no.
But the politicians pick the figures and they massage it.
They massage it, a big problem. Recently, this month, last month, statistical service, Omuka said, the inflation cut down 35%.
Yeah.
I would challenge them, say, it's a big lie. It's a big lie. Because at that very moment, now, yes, our figures, no. Brewery, prices have gone up marginally. So why do you say it has gone down?
Really?
Well, the very things that you used in measuring your friends saying basket, tomato, how much was the price? Onion, how much was the price? And other friends saying commodities. You go there and it's not.
But they will tell you that they pick food inflation, whatever inflation, then they do a total sum. Fine. So a bit then a bit drop it.
There is none that has dropped.
Okay.
There is none.
Okay,
that is
another point.
See, I don't know kosra muma yanka. Say a bit na hona muma yanjina. Internet say we'll still be at one place.
Anyway,
we are not going up. We are not.
My call for prepare 24/7 economy. Guta, more opinion on that policy. And say 24/7 economy.
There's an economy or 24/7. Dada. Atiwe Numa running a fan, maybe ba or ye Juma or NCA. Or run a shift. Or a number a year, nundua, or banopa. Now, Bako, we are no mean, so no upon no do. Or Quanopa no is here, upon we are no mean. Yes, 24. Oh,
so. If our system that, then we don't need to cry for anything.
Me can't simbi. Na mummy and she say there be they are no near Kikaki Sam wait. Sam. No, me abru be na no can Sam. Nijina. What o my san ye na no. Any a tum. Who? CCA, Toyota Corolla. You are more crackers. Make sure against Toyota Corolla 2018 to 2020 model. Duty a year 55,000. I want to start it, which is 550 million. And the car no. Can any attorney say, Sasa any talk? They say car no duty sanity. Me boy would be so beer.
That's the
no, but sir, wait there. I think
minimum.
I think we have said this in here.
And yes,
that's true.
Oh, they say Yaris now wants our system. No park could say Kobisa Yaris more.
It's selling for about 110.
Me buy me the Yaris ne buy. Yaris ne buy is your me in 2013. 2013 him duty me to it 50 cedis. 5,000.
Okay, so Pepra, at this point, if you have a government that tells you that, look, yes, port me pisca, every port, but the more I may reduce duties, taxes at port, the more and the more I'm running 24 economy at the port.
Yeah.
Don't you see the sense in it?
Asam ya kan na so mo asa na omuka see e wade tasnet no na obi atua kakra inflation ya kan e be kofom because automatically
so then agwadifo agwadifo no would demand from whoever is talking about the 24/7 that look, we need these taxes down.
I say me better me 217 na me kan and na me mensa me kan no de di kan me si ohia ni o cha de o ma tax waivers and I say o ma tax exemptions
so kwa
me wa also akope bosia and na figure no e be bosia na akope ni jaye na wo de na wo fie na de ano so me na yesa mbaka kire o
obaka kire so ebi a enyuma ni bi wo wa obi ba ya eyesa o man incentives mo timi di say enyuma no ba system no
etimi ni sika they say me wa ahunye hiam etimi ni sika me de be ma nti ye ntwan me ho to me am de be ma no susu ntimi nga
but we yes
na bi ma so me ka so wa ahunye hiam
yeah
me na anya sa ne
you have a point
me ye practical economy o me nya mu buku mu de ni bi me ye odwadini me passport mu trader na atwero me man cho businessman no me tro trader enti me ye practical economy me see se me ho hia me na ma ba na ma hu me nua kwampoku ota de sa di me oba na me mama na 100 Ghana se kwa me 100 Ghana se ho no me de ma na o se o emu bi wo ayi nima ho na de pa enti me kwa koto bi adi me se kwa me koto e be se o se be statistic na se kwa se ba ka 40 pe o se ai se eni ma for bi ka ho e ebi nu ohia ni ono okodi mu onima me so me da no ma ni mu onima it doesn't make sense. All what I'm saying is that now we are in crisis and we are trying to manage ourselves. Enti ye manage ye ho no. Na se ye se ye be charge ya. Ye ntwe ye ho duane ye nche. Emra ye ho akire ne ye charge ye. Ana tu me se eto no. Ekwan ye fa so gige to no. Enye. Menka se fa bitum, menka se te so. Na mo me se ye mfa kwampa so ne ye gige to no obi antwa bi. Nye nya no dodo ye ne sa because tie hwe Bobie mami kan sencho de ye ne say all the signals we are sending ne say and so obi bia adwuma na ofa nipa
yeah
meanwhile no
private
sector no and na fa nipa more
is the engine of growth
me using some gina so nyina ne say obi abie shop wa pa nipa o mo package wa fa nipa o mo hyehyɛ wafa nipa wo mu siesie ho wafa nipa wo mu tagi enom ne ade sa shop no wo so onye VAT aye 22% sane mo ka kire me no fair enough ade a oton commodity na oton merichi maka ni pipa o merichi sa merichi no ebisu bi eno tax bi ana so enti bo no be den ebe kofo dia signal na wo send ya ne say Emma men koto ade e wo store mu bieu men to ade e wo table so why the whole table so wafa obi the egu apampa so no wafa obi you see it's not fair. That is all what Eguta is saying. Yes, tax no VAT ni je but uko wiasim ba bia VAT no ye ni chichemu ho VAT a valued added tax. A consumption tax obi obeto ade na tua na se nipa kro obeto ade no if there's no compulsion as my boss da bia o kan no na se ehye bi e wono so se ono kro obeto ade na se oje krata no because obi ho ono oto no table so the same thing omo na no obi to no table so onye VAT no obi so wo stock to am oje a flat rate of 4% obi so a ono no abo pa afa nipa wo bie shop kese no otua ne tuo nyina ye bibia no ono mo no wo do osa gwa akoto no so se ontua 22% na ade ne boy din
so ade no na ema me encourage o mo say mo big shops no mo sha se fan emunio mangu apampan so fan so man kwala
afa wa asema obi wa adwen ode ba
now metra store
na no bobi no ebe ma yetimi afọ obi
o ma no nyeye
yetimi afọ obi
ebe nya nipa no wafa no so apampan no oh wafa obi adwuma We nyansa pa na mde ama we.
Me say won hwe.
Aban to na oje no oje kura mfa nkoya de papa. Penkwala fanuoma ne so omo nkodwom omo nkotomra. Store no omba wo say ya je tax. What?
Hwe ensam a ye kan nyina no. Ye kan asam a mo gigi atuo yi mo kan ne say ye ni logistics. Dia ni logistics. Eni ni pom be ye adwuma no. Hwe ye ma ba esu no awie university omo nya adwuma. Just give them a target. Say, oh, what you for area ha? What Jumanie? Oh, yeah, do one hour, oh, yeah, no, and only ever heard one to Alka. And cry up by obey ye.
Commission, obey.
And you won't, as some can't send you. Not a tuano by mu, Lemum and Tum. No, be and Trebi, and listen to a bien to me.
Guta.
Yes.
What try to engage Kenufuriata one-on-one.
Oh, you're engaging on Ansah at way, you're engaging in Ansah when I can hear me.
Moka or Cassie.
And so I say, yeah, Canadian. Now, stakeholders in the doors will be super Canadian. Or super Canadian, obey him, no, you move here, no, on some, I hope you, Yabetia, no, walker. To say the walker, ye. And Tina just said, my baby's my baby, no, so, nka oh yeah, na nko sa friend na nko ka se na me ko ka. Na bia ka je na bia odi ko die nye. But ya omo nka bio, omo nsa machiri. Ye be hu ana o ka ne se ya. He, se na me ka sa na ti o. Na nsa me se. Asama me ni mu kan. Ayi IMF fo, ya ade pa. Omo ba, omo ni na mu o. Hwe. Ya ye blemu IMF no ni ade. Mr. Moa, Mama and Darity Bibia, near fan show my mu, near Yenny. Omo, and Bibia, a catcher of Mubia, or say, O Baba Jebusia, and also Busiana Baba Giano, condition that home. Maybe some who say, Mebusiano bet me a Triana. And I will teach him, a question of a fast one mitria. Name a quine of fast one, out teach him. One shout. And him, yeah, a blame more, me a do baby, ya mean Kabi. If you say, my meet you, Omo. Na asemi akwa eva so gie to me catch omo, they were surprised. And fair enough, do you know something? Omo kreti you know what GRA for office na omo pam GRA for nyina and I see yes stakeholders no yen kan ebuso asem and me so me ko na me so a me dwomfo ma no omo ton tomatoes no me ade na me omo di machi na omo kan se na ton tomatoes asem a omo kan e chia na matene no me see abrofo no ti omo hwe anim no omo bom tiri nkosa omo tim say hey economy ni ye papa wo gutafie ye ne kan se na yesitie ah masa na me see se vieti no adenti na se ye chiche miensa onti se be ja sa ade no vieti na nye ye da me na me kan kire wa na nya na so ne african me metena da man kan da so enti ye ya ka se etuo ne esi ye pe ne de chichire man me odwadini me supporto me ko gina ba bia me jarefo me no ma na ye adwuma omo educational ayi platform nyina me te so me bompa ye se aban bi obeba bia me ye mafamu de eno na ye ekura ye kokomu ya ye ko hu fefefe de nyina ye to ene de ye kuro no na mom omo fa to no on eto bia
disturb man for
no me de compliance level no e wo fom bia no e mato no nkoso
mfaso bia ni so
e mato no enkoso wunya de opese wo achieve no wunya fi se e bia ne support ade a menu e kan na omo de doge no omo de yese enti ebema wo projections abe ni nyina no onsanka na nso hwe wo de hwemre bia benchmark yi o reduce ye wo ye niam bi se wo de o hwe ya
those were the days now
those were the days
those were the days a who reporter so who bookie appointment it better take you 2 days
answer na what me aye adwuma
because a man for obedu night trucks no ya hihye
why
into yenwie for day one sometimes it stretches into day 2 into ye bookie in mete say more containers sisi na me mbibie wi a obeje de say me bookie a minya time for you ya
okay thank you Yango I agree so we are talking about the 24-hour economy from food and beverages. From a point of view, what do you think? It has become a point of discussion. And from Momo's side, you know, and you are into production. What do you think?
Yo, thank you. But my main call,
no,
tax na sem no. Me mboni te wona fe membra. your friend is saying, oh, VAT no. Ghana ha. Even sequence na edit you in different schedules. Odi kan it's 22%, 4%, and 3%. Ni na VAT crew and 19.5%. A service charge for no. That's what they give. But VAT in the by no 1995. And yes, implementation. Your president, Edi Enimuka say, there be VAT no more de ba no, a killer for the ordinary Ghanaian.
Yeah.
Until no yen to me, engine to. And Omuka ya na, they agreed on a certain percentage in Temfani Ejuma. Na one gin to mono, Nanka Wabe, Nanka either you scrap it or you bring it down. So, no, under your tutelage, you know, your VAT no, aqua could do sa figure say 19.5%, 22%, 3%, 4%. So, imposing hardship on the people. At the time, no more de buy, you know. Sa time, you know, IMF yao. And I, Yebisa says, sign on Bay Ambeji, says, can you try back? Then under President Rawlings, no more said, look, Kwesi Botwe, Nana LED sa your friend saying, VAT no, what you are, a one-time payment. That is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Mun nisikano. Na mo be ni say, mbejiska no upfront. Nti agigi wi a at the end of the day no, wa wotua no, brana be ye o filing. Input and output. Okay. The difference na wo mu no, will pay you back. So you get your money back where you are paid in excess.
Okay.
So are there no. Nti no, implementation was also once. But in this case, at the time, you can say you implementing new VAT now, you 12.5%. That was 2017. So you increase here now, you can say 3%. What happened was the input output no, was taken off. In Germany, be yesikashi. Essence abandoning chess high scan amaye. So are there no. Intino, the essence and as a concept, our model yes have that, is to make it a one-time payment. But unfortunately, you pay at the port of entry.
1.
You go to your warehouse, you pay.
2.
Then, if you are not lucky and you are not the final consumer, it goes to the third retailer, you pay.
3.
And you the final consumer, no, then you go and pay again.
4.
You see the cascading effect. Ade where they ba. Intini yaka say VAT there. You can see VAT, VAT, value added tax. So where I don't add value, I don't pay. And why I add value, no, one item.
One item.
Intino, once I make sure VAT no was so that the person who is coming to pay for it is only for recovery for me. It's not for you to pay and pay government. Intino. The way of money, your tax system, we need to sit down, look at it, and then baby, entrenching. Let us pay for taxes, but we must be responsible how we collect the taxes.
Okay.
That is how it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Now going back to the 24-hour economy.
Yeah.
Also the manufacturing sector, every baby, year night shifts.
Yeah.
And if we talk about 24-hour economy, and I say the shift system is to enhance productivity. You relax and do it at the time that it will suit you, when that service is being offered.
Okay.
In that at that time, and you know, uyo bia uye wejuma, na say production sector no, ufi say me fanipa and 9 and so someone na be juma at the same time.
Okay.
Into no ma minchi chem na ensuti e nyina na ebi ba no pa they will go at the appropriate time omo pon wa na omo so call, then the new set will come. Into at best what we can do is to reduce our, your friend is saying, working hours to maybe 4 to 6 hours. So people can go into a company and work for 2 hours and walk away.
Exactly.
Take your money and go.
So which means a day you can do like 2-3 jobs. If you have the strength.
If that opportunity is offered, you can do that. And if the atmosphere also creates that, say bit me sana, we can do. Papa yotie, ya can sana. Obet me sorry ahumachia could be in the shop. Because me my friend say, eja minya nyama we, but bet me abasa amre we. But in that metie, se me free me jumem na me kwa boso kaya. I'm marking time. Either I leave my work and drive from my office at Spinters and go down to Abusuka. Me do ono. Either so benya abotren wa twen me and no ko baby. Sa 5 o'clock na so upon. No ko baby because we're tuning in who for that. That's true. Into no, I have to come at that time. Me do ono me do on tema me ko no ko. I've also wasted more hours without getting anything out of it. But it creates an ambience for people to relax and do their job. Now, you know, the benefit of it, you know, is good. Say, we should improve the security in our country.
That is the demand.
So now, you know, you share areas, you know,
security, energy, and taxes, because most when you say radio stations, grano, because the light bill. Well, you can pay.
And you know, not say if really the way I think, you know, Sasana Canada, then we should open up. Our economy needs to open up. We should and now you're about 5 in now you're quakoda.
No be
thing come to a sunset, except 1 or 2 productive areas are. And no, still
drinking sports, yeah. Any
it is an
area. Will join them be wonima. And Nigeria no more.
And you know, if that is the way they want to implement it now, we should allow it to grow with time. It will expand.
Yeah.
If it expands, it's better for the country.
Yeah.
You know, 24 hours, our country is running without any problem. We can do a lot between the hours of 5 p.m. and the next 6 a.m. In Crawford can work because you're lucky it to be in the U.S. You leave Ghana here and travel to UK and the U.S. And all the time, your budget, we try to compare ourselves to them, which doesn't make sense. We must look at your environment, you know, and formulate policies that will suit us, that will make the people more comfortable. But advanced countries no more, it takes more years to achieve. Baby to say electric eye assembly. Sure, or no baby, why the research all of a sudden you want to go into it without any sweat. You want to benefit from it without any sweat. You know, when we travel outside and we're able to do multiple jobs, then in our own country, we should also give it a try and see. Say, multiple jobs, you know, a bebwa. Na yen shesa 8-hour work na ye no. Na bosumi so you work for 31 days and not 21 days, and then they give you a pittance salary.
Hey yo.
Well, say to me, yes, I dare now. You can gain benefit more in your income. As again say, you sit for 30 days and then they come and give you 1,000 Ghana cedis, 500 Ghana cedis, and then you are not able to do anything with it. But this system, if it's practiced in this country, depending on how they go by it, I'm sure we stand to benefit from.
Okay, so quick comment on your YouTube page. Selfie says, Bobie, I brought C class to Ghana, and the price, that is in reference to duty, was something else. Trust me, I have to just ask the shipping line to bring back my car to the US of A. is really bad. Yeah. Amaza, from Momo side, importers 24/7 economy.
From my side, as an importer freight forwarder, no. To say it is already a system that is running. Within the port doesn't sleep. Unless weekends we work. Me containers Sunday. Sorry, me containers. The holidays we don't work holidays. But
so which means doable.
Doable. But you see, it is an incentive for someone to work or run a manufacturing plant or a certain job at night requires security. Because say me a retail shop and I'm a wholesale shop and you expect me to run all through the night, I should be provided with some level of security. 2, the resources to make things work at night in this country. The only thing that seem to work at night, usually a Friday all night. 2, most of these entertainment spots, Ashawo, Sebi, any drinking bars, pubs, those ones are already working. So the 24-hour stuff. But the question is, say may run a 24-hour production or retail or shop or anything. What incentive am I getting? Apart from ABI security, what incentive? If you can tell me that you can run maybe your factory, if you can run your production center, so around 1 or 2 a.m. Okay.
For example, this year banks in Inano, close to 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
So running a very good business. Nana junior sika day. But don't say ATM boots no. Who call baby to say outsider.
They receive
you
cash.
You can pay in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had the enemy who say
some do, usually with backless.
Yes,
backless.
On the selective.
Yeah,
but so which means if we agree to say you didn't see your ever push the 24/7. That's where these things comes in. Say na you me a drop iska because me ya na you.
Okay. It's a open and security in war. So on your own, no, you know, if someone is willing to go that stretch, mepon 1, mepon 2, but 2 no. What am I getting? What is the incentive? Obama me some waivers. Obama me some level of
which JM Rezi?
Yes.
Yeah, Rezi tax
they should be involved.
Then even no say or no do say companies no more production the night because of electricity bill no. They should be able to create lines on you or matoso. So that they will pay less.
Yes.
Now, electricity cost no mere burden.
Those are all incentives.
So
those are all incentives. If the system would allow for it there, take it from me, you would have people who are willing and ready to here. Me bu have me container in me. Now say me they call warehouse because of baby a warehouse within Okanshi. So within Okanshi, ube do hobe 11. Na kaya boys na else omo twen.
Na bia anajo.
Sometimes who do kantamatwa. Omo yi omo nyoma between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. Because by 4:30 no, people are coming. Baby I will truck nisin. AOB sitting area for business. Okay. That industry is already working, but we need the government to give people the assurance to enhance it. No, what the government is going to do. What is it? Because we are a country of talkers, few doers.
Yeah.
I will come in just briefly.
And come about so no.
Then I'll take it from there. Sure. Adia Jomahama Kano. Politician being over Ghana, Hawaii, I come to that conclusion that
saying it is one.
No, maybe. Adia Jomahama is not sitting down to brainstorm. Before he spoke about it, he had gone round consulting. In fact, he's the first person who has ever than the People's Manifesto in this country. Even see that. Say, there be a man penny be so obi person be man penny or say, me ba me yes amount to abama me or say there be. Wa be man penny da. Wa ka bi da. Say me ba me yes amount. But there are two things here. One is the master and one is the servant. Masters tell servants what to do. The people of this country are the masters. The electorate, they are the masters. The elected is the servant. And for the first time, I want to be your servant. I won't play the master. Say me na me won nyansa wonim de. Enu nti no me ba be ye we amount. Debbie, let me come to you, the electorate who wants me to be your servant, and ask you, my master, what you want me to do when I become your servant. The first time, ABC that. And until now, all Kasano, okay, security. He has already mentioned security because he knows, sir, you cannot run a 24-hour service. Now, Ghana Police Service, for instance, they go to sleep like we go to sleep. The few ones that you see in the streets of Accra or in town, they are sometimes discussed as the most unlucky ones. Patrolling, wire barrier.
Yeah.
And onuna ojehono kwabra du an ho na dwona uhuna. I say, oh, a pitiful hatter. Uhune say ye koda on the ojina ho. Oh. Meanwhile, senye say ye nyina ya koda. Enke be hu ne normal say oye na adwuma. What I say?
Yeah.
So call police station bia after be 7, 8. The police personnel ube hu no wo during daytime no ube ko no obi ani o na aka nipa mienu pe no mo ti ho.
I want to be your
office.
I want to be your policy at time crowd chele.
I now set what bread. These are things that happen. And you know, John Mahama is not discussing a 24-hour service in a sense anyhow. No. But he's discussing the broadness of it.
That we can
approach it. Very easy to do. Very easy. And he's mentioning how you can incentivize Obia. Ebetimia buanama onuso afeni padodo adwuma. Amo marane shift.
Like what?
They say
Papa agree.
Papa agree ti hey. Say our factory be na ebia ensuo factory. Not to do for minim say ensuo factories ni be running 24-hour. Ebedura no pa no na omo plants na ye adwuma ma ensuo na ye more ama boys na omo kwose ensuo na koton no. Ubedura no ma saline. Say sa boys no senye say omo ko fa enioma na anajo na omo de kwa akoma omo ko supplier obekọ na nipa krada enko be fa de na anajo no e de akọ on twenty no pa ko se kodiki so what I say. So this is about how we are all able to put our heads together. Look, John Mahama is welcoming ideas. And you say waka na static. He is still making inputs. And he called on TUC, for instance, to make inputs. And he is calling on all other civil society organizations. In fact, he says, yeah, oh, Bibi Kura. Also, no.
Use microphone.
Okay, so.
Sorry, but
my information is on near Bishia.
Yeah.
On the same matter.
No, on several
sorry.
Broad issues.
Sorry.
On several other issues.
Okay.
John Mahama.
Okay.
You see, what John Mahama seeks to do, no? Is one of its kind, and I think, let's embrace it. And more to the point, Kabra. Yenya president. Share. Say you go school na ocho. Na yaka se wetin baby na ya tro say correction or correctina. This is the time I think Ghanaians have an opportunity.
For the first time.
I don't want to play the MPP NDC after all say yedi. But me the we media many beje because it will tell me I'm not a thief.
Yes, go phone for in your
almost started. You see, John Mahama has become president before. All these Nyoma Yeka were port one in your manual. The last time I went to his office, now we share importers. He wants to find out what will best fit a system like Ghana. What you say? Untimi fa Singapore system ne maha. Because the way no it has transformed itself for years and about this quality. Like the Turkish one.
Yeah.
You see how Turkey for the NTN.
Where the major
No.
The Singapore
we are having a conversation.
The Singapore business line. Omo system no. It is trade enhancement. Inti eyema obia owo an idea for trade make Singapore the hub. You know the confusion we have in this country. Our port we don't know if we designate it as tax base or trade enhancement till a certain government will make that distinction.
Okay.
Say our port is going to be for trade facilitation, not necessarily tax issues. No, we would suffer what we are suffering now. Into JM idea, if he would really make the port a trade hub again, what it was under J. Kufuor, what it was under Mills, what it was under Hima, those were the days. Transshipment goods, trucks, Ghana, running out of the country are in their thousands. Now, transshipment goods goods in transit in this country. You will not get more than 100 trucks moving out on a daily basis.
Why? So which means it's doable.
It is doable.
Because if we have experienced it under Kufuor, if we have experienced it under Mills
and under
Mahama,
yes,
then which means we can just go back to the drawing board
and do it right. Oka Singapore na they are not really bothered on the taxes they receive.
No.
Truth is, where they are obefa okwanso, where they obetia to, where they obeto fuel. Intino, your port becomes a trade hub. Everybody from Mudia. So one of the challenges I'm having currently, and many maybe yeah, maybe my brother who is an engineer.
So which means that then James should start working on the port taxes.
Let us designate our port as a trading hub. Everything else will fall into its place. We're discussing something. Our roads now are in a more deplorable state than it has ever been under the Fourth Republic.
Oh yeah.
The reason is transshipment goods now omo load bear 3 containers into one truck. Omo the bear fire council. They are not paying toll.
Nothing.
They are not paying anything. Nothing. You know the funny thing? Omo do Togo and omo do Abidjana. They offload everything.
Not much.
Because the French is not going to allow you. Say ube bu omo axle load so. Into ube yegu when yegu they will confiscate it. But they obefa axle load so obe tiaka the same load.
Wonderful. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizens Show of Agri. And go on, I think my time is up. Quick offer me about since a quick one. Hello. Oh, Kwame Oko. Okay, offer. Yeah.
Okay. Going forward.
Offer more just 2 minutes.
Oh, you can taxes are same. And yet him you be imposing higher taxes no. The country moves forward. You lower your taxes no, so that everybody can come into the tax net. When we pay and the expenditure goes up,
and that is the
money is raised for revenue.
That is the suggestion from Pepra and Amponsa. That munya na obi antimi mremu bi.
There can never be. That's compliance, you know. I say yes, na yi ni na free one. Ebia omo ba be consider nyoka say odebeko parliament enimu no. COVID presidential special levy, the 5 component of levies, fence and network charges no. Nina yenyim free or papa free forwarder. before so be file any papers no on the tone data eye ni bibia it has nothing to do with network. Okay. I say Kutuyama Omo. He pays for himself. Sasuna may yet self-declaring woman officer. Me use me data. Into why the need for us to pay all these components in there. So we have to look at it.
Anyway. All right.
Yeah. Nyame aduma me echina. Me ba be discuss it Pari.
Okay.
On ade bi wo ho a menua wo ye ne se nipa eyi ani free wasem so. Wo de bia obesa kofa asem fufu.
Ya dia na
won say wapam wa transfer Alex Mensah the staff officer ni oba wawo and wo say Friday na Thursday.
So Alex Mensah
na okobe kwai no.
What transfer no?
What transfer the staff officer. What transfer
and the staff officer.
The staff officer ne ema mienu omo ye na adwuma. Kwabena oba wawo fani say wawo na yes ya transfer wo. A time adan o boss ayama me benya asem ti no a time keke
or ada wo ye no ada no na
transfer no
but enya this ada no it doesn't take effect from that day.
Oh see young transport officer afra ba ni say yes ye me fa unko.
Anyway,
what
all
kind
right,
of
so
dictatorship is that?
Imbus about Mesa police ni edro Ghana from so there na munyi bi o say ebusu immune system pa top choco say anunso no papa nti Ghana for nyi bi 3-in-1 no so mo Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic womo ena de bright soldier capsules ena bright garlic plus capsules womo edi aba yaba I'll be back.
When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow, and young offense were back.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Yadmusa Moya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a page.
Citizen TV, the citizen's power.